Good evening. It's 5:30. I want to call to order the Hutchinson City Council meeting, April 21st, 2026. And I also wanted to make sure that you silence your phones before we begin. Mary, call roll.
Truman.
Here.
Garza.
Here.
Goss.
Here.
Fast.
Here.
Magers.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we have Paul Epp, Senior Pastor of First Church of God, to offer the prayer. Paul, if you'd like to come up.
Yeah, I want to thank you for the opportunity to pray for you today. And if there's any way that our church or I can partner with you to serve the Hutchinson community, particularly those who are poor and needy, please let me know. And my prayer today is inspired by the exhortation from King Lemuel received from his mother in Proverbs 31:8 and 9. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and needy. Let's pray. Dear Father in heaven, thank you for the men and women of the Hutchinson City Council. Thank you for their humble and faithful service. May they find joy in serving our community. Thank you for the power that you have given the members of the City Council, our city's law enforcement officers, and the leaders of our academic, medical, and faith communities. With great power comes great responsibility. So we pray that the leaders of these communities will partner well together and that we would empower the powerless without enabling them towards sinful behavior. Give us compassion for the least among us, for the elderly, the disabled, the addicts, the homeless, the unemployed, the unborn babies, the parents with unwanted pregnancies, the impoverished children, the students who are struggling in school, and the victims of human trafficking. May we protect the weak from those in power who would want to harm them. And may we not inadvertently harm the weak by enabling slothful behavior or other harmful addictions. May we not merely give handouts, but may we give them hand-ups. May we not merely hand out fish, but instead give us the wisdom to teach them how to fish. Thank you for Jesus, that though he was rich, for our sake he became poor. May we follow his example in self-sacrificial love that is both tough and tender, and both strong and gentle. And may we lead in such a way that someday we will hear him say, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant." And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Paul. Before we begin, I've got a statement I'd like to make. Before we go down the agenda, I want to make a brief statement in my role as mayor and presiding officer concerning the April 7th, 2026 council meeting. After reflecting on that meeting, I believe that there are aspects of how I managed the portions of the discussion that I could have handled more effectively. As mayor, I take my responsibilities very serious to preside over the meeting in a manner that is orderly and respectful and productive. My intent on April 7th was to keep the meeting moving in accordance with the city code so that the discussion stayed focused and orderly. However, I recognize that my approach may not have come across as clearly or constructively as I should have. To my fellow council members, if my management of the discussion caused frustration or gave the impression that members were not being fully heard, I regret that. To our city staff, to our citizens of Hutchinson, I also regret that the tone of the meeting did not reflect the level of professionalism and civility we should strive to maintain. Chapter 2 of our city code already contains important procedures of how council meetings are conducted, and those procedures matter, especially when the council is called upon to make difficult decisions. Clear procedures help ensure that meetings remain orderly, respectful, and productive even when topics become controversial. Since the meeting, council members, city staff, and the city attorney's office have been reviewing our existing meeting rules and considering whether additional written guidelines would help to ensure council members are operating from a shared understanding. As one immediate step, tonight's proposed agenda includes an item for approval of the proposed agenda. So council members have a defined opportunity at the onset of the meeting to propose the agenda revisions for council's considerations. Going forward, I will be more intentional in how I facilitate the discussion, maintain composure, and keep meetings focused on the matter before the council while ensuring participation occurs in a respectful and productive manner. I value the trust placed in me as mayor and remain committed to serving our community with integrity and accountability and respect. Thank you for your continued engagement and for holding us to a high standard. With that, we will move to the approval of the proposed agenda.
I have 2 amendments for the agenda, but before we move on, I do want to raise a concern, which is that the capacity of this building is 66 persons. This room contains 65, and we have a full lobby with people still coming in. So are we exceeding capacity? And I know we don't have permission from the fire marshal to do so, but what are we going to do about that?
I'm not sure what we do about that.
Chief is counting numbers now. I think he's trying to find a placard for what the occupancy of the building is.
That's what that says. It says this building shall be limited to
66 for this
66.
room.
It's this room.
It says this building.
There's a little.
Yeah, it says this building.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My first amendment is, given that we have a large audience in the building, some people who have no seating out there, I encourage the council to be courteous to our residents' time tonight, and therefore I move to amend the agenda to move items 9A, 9B, and 9C, which is all of new business, up to section 7.
Which items did you say? I'm sorry.
9A, 9B, and 9C.
I'll second that.
It's moved and seconded.
Truen,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Bass.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Thank you. My second motion, actually, I think I have 3. My second motion is to waive attorney-client privilege regarding the executive session of April 15th, 2025. I move that the Hutchinson City Council hereby waives attorney-client privilege with respect to, number 1, all communications, discussions, advice, opinions, and legal counsel conveyed during the executive session held on April 15, 2025. And number 2, all email correspondence, including but not limited to emails sent, received, forwarded, or copied by or between any member of the governing body, the city's the city's legal counsel, and any staff member that may relate to, reference, or arise from said executive session, regardless of whether such emails were generated before, during, or after the April 15, 2025 executive session. This waiver is intended to be complete and unconditional as to the subject matter described above, and shall authorize the public disclosure of all records encompassed herein. This motion is made in the interest of transparency and public accountability. I believe that the executive session and accompanying correspondence relate to matters on tonight's agenda, and by waiving the attorney-client privilege, it will allow council to speak freely without consideration of violating COMA.
Motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Excuse me, Mayor, I don't understand all that legal stuff. That means that it's an open record to whatever Mrs. Goss was saying. Help me understand that.
Paul, could you explain that a little bit better?
Well, I'm not sure you can waive attorney-client privilege.
Yes, you can.
I'm not waiving attorney-client privilege.
You don't have to. It's ours to waive.
I don't think it's yours to waive, it's also mine.
I don't believe so.
So you're advising us not to,
Well, I suppose you can do that. I'm not sure what it gains from something over a year ago.
so I'm not sure how to move unless I have a second for that. I'm not sure how to move forward with that. I'd have to have a second on that, I guess, if,
Paul, I think you do know what there is to gain from it because there were emails about that were covered under that. So your explanation there is really unsatisfactory to me.
You don't have a second, you don't have a motion.
okay.
Totally fine. I have a third amendment to
Hold
the
on,
agenda.
Stacy. I don't mean to cut you off. Is there a second? I'm just making sure. Okay, we don't have a second on that motion, so, okay.
Okay. I move I'm sorry, Mayor, I move to amend the agenda to confirm that items now 7A, 7B, and 7C are discussion items only, and that this council take no binding action on these items.
7A, 7B, and 7C? I don't have a 7A.
They would be listed as as 9A, 9B, and 9C on the written agenda. This would be all of new business.
So go back, what'd you say about that again? I'm sorry.
That confirm that these are discussion items only, and that council will take no binding action on these items.
Yes, they are not, there's no binding action on these.
Right, but there could be at any time, and so I'm asking you to affirm on the agenda, or someone with a second to affirm on the agenda that no binding action will be taken.
So I guess I'd be looking for a second on that.
So my understanding is that it
No,
is council's,
So it's the discuss the council travel policy, the rec commission educational presentation, and moratorium, correct?
correct, and two of those are mine. I have no intention of creating action on
So
on my two.
I have no intention of creating any action on those items either, so I would second that, because it's, with discussion about those, there is not going to be any action taken on those, so I would second that. Mary, call the roll.
Truen,
Yes.
Garza,
No.
Goss,
Yes.
Bass,
Yes.
Magers.
Yes. So are there any, sorry, did you have anything
Nope,
else?
I'm done, thank
Go?
you.
Okay. Are there any other council members that would like to make any amendments to the proposed agenda? If not, I would be looking for a motion on that to approve the proposed agenda.
I'd move to approve the proposed agenda as presented, or as amended.
I'll second.
Truen,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Bass,
Yes.
Magers.
Yes. Next item, Mary, which I
Item
think,
number 5, petitions, remonstrances, and oral communications from the audience.
so on this item pursuant to Chapter 2 of City Code, this is any person wishing to address the city council shall be recognized by the mayor, come to the microphone, state the person's name, address, and subject to be discussed, and if appearing in a representative capacity, whom you're representing. Remarks shall be limited to 5 minutes. Comments during the portion of the meeting shall relate to matters not on the agenda and within the business and jurisdiction of the city council. All remarks shall be addressed to the city council as a whole and not to other speakers, members of the audience, or city staff. Rebuttal statements, back and forth engages, and debate are not permitted during the general public comment. This portion of the meeting is for the city council to receive public comment. The council will generally not engage in discussion or debate with the speakers. To avoid repetitious presentations, the mayor may require a spokesperson for the group. Audience members may address items on the agenda when those items are taken up by the city council, and comments relating to those items shall comply with city code. So at this time, if there's anyone that would like to come speak in public comment, come to the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Dean Zaid, and I live 3904 Aspen Court. I'm a member of the community for 11 years. I own businesses in town, and I have a great deal of interest in the health of the city. And I've heard a lot of stuff about what's going on in reference to rec commission, the city manager, and all the stuff that was going on, and that's very concerning to me. So I thought I would come and say a few things. A lot of people think that this is a personal deal between Tony and Enrico. It may be, but both of them were applying for a job to be the city manager. One won and the other one lost. And therefore, on one side, it became a personal issue for Mr. Enrico, it's a business deal. This man is a blessing to our community because he's trying to fix things in this town. So I say thank you, Mr. Villegas. Enrico is trying to do the job he was hired to do. And some members of the community, some of you are on the commission, are coming after him and threatening his job. Why? Is that because they prefer to have a weak city manager so they can control his life and do the things they want to do in Hutchinson? And the rest of us be damned? No, we're not going to allow that to happen. This man can go anywhere in the United States because he's good at what he does. And so let us give him the leeway and support to get the job done. Otherwise, keeping him in the dark about finances and activities that are required by law, state law, it sounds to me like there's some corruption going on and that needs to be investigated. I want to mention some names, but I'm not going to tonight, about those people that are coming after him to try to destroy his life. Instead, I would choose to say we need to encourage people to voice their opinions and concerns about issues without being threatened or intimidated. Some of them have been. We should all work together as residents of Hutchinson to lower our taxes. This is about taxes. Or at least keep them from going much higher in the future. My family and I have invested a lot of money in this community. So I not only want to succeed, but I want the city of Hutchinson to succeed. You all have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Katie Link, 3506 North Lorraine, Hutchinson, Kansas. Thank you for this opportunity to speak publicly. I want to first commend Mayor Meggers for his public repentance. It takes a very strong and humble man to say such things. I am here on a similar note. However, I am here to call out another council member for their inappropriate behavior at the April 7th meeting. I was there myself in person and have watched the meeting fully through at home since then. Ms. Goss was very unprofessional and behaved in an inappropriate way during the meeting. And because it was done in
Mayor,
public, I believe.
Please remind the speaker of Chapter 2.
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to, sorry.
Would you pause my time, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Shall be addressed to the city council as a whole.
Yes.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. During
Sorry,
that meeting.
it's a new procedure.
That's
Just
fine.
make sure that's clear, so thank you, Ms. Scott.
Okay, so council members, during that meeting, a member of council was very rude to the other members and was inappropriate
Mayor,
in
that's
the
the
way
same
that
thing,
that
just not
person.
using my name. That's the
Yeah,
exact
you
same
can't use
Okay.
it.
sentence.
You have to
Just-
address the entire council.
Okay, council members, I urge you that if in the past any members at any meeting have acted in a way that is not becoming of the elected office in which you have become, and have publicly slandered your other members on Facebook or any other media, that you would please repent of this publicly and remember your role here, that you are elected officials and that you are to act in a certain decorum, that you are not to lie and you are not to play a victim mentality, and that there is evidence out there with the recorded meetings. And what has been presented publicly and in meetings and snide comments was not accurate. And I just want to say that if you are curious about what happened, I would encourage you guys to go back and look at the April 7th meeting, particularly starting at 3 hours and 3 minutes in, and see what I'm discussing. Thank you for your time, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Fisk. I live at 1815 North Monroe. And tonight, as the Hutchrec board chairperson, I would like to discuss Without any emotion or accusations, I would just like to briefly
Marilyn?
Yes.
Can I stop you? This is an agenda item, so I think you need to come back when we have open public comment and the agenda item.
My understanding was that the agenda item is about all Kansas recreation commissions and not just how the Hutchrec is different.
Would that be a correct comment, Justin?
It does point out uniquenesses within Hutchinson, yes.
Okay, so it's not specifically geared towards Hutchrec.
It just
You want-
discusses.
You want to come up here? I just want to get clarification so I make sure we do this correctly.
Good evening, Justin Combs, Director of Parks and Facilities. The presentation later on will provide an overview of how Parks and Recreation services are delivered in Kansas, and then go into some detail on what makes Hutchinson unique, some of our boundary issues, some of those things, and then pose some questions at the end based on the conversations that have been had the last several weeks. So
Okay.
provide enough.
Yeah, that does. I just want to make sure we weren't, that's all I needed. So, sorry, you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for clarifying. So first, I would just like to clarify what the Hutchrec is. Hutchrec is a quasi-governmental entity created by state legislation. As such, it is required to follow the same transparency standards as the City of Hutchinson. This includes compliance with open meetings and open records laws, an annual independent audit, and a formal budget approval process. Hutchrec's budget is fully public and is posted on the state website, just like every other governmental agency. Next, regarding the governance. Under state law, Hutchrec is governed by 5 commissioners, all of whom must live within the taxing district. 4 commissioners are appointed by you, the City Council, and the 5th is appointed by the other 4 commissioners. This structure ensures that local representation and direct accountability to city leadership. In addition, the Commission's bylaws provide for an ex officio representation from both the City Council and the County Commission. Councilmember Greg Fast served as the City Council's ex officio representative for about 2.5 years, which provided a standing opportunity for ongoing communication, engagement, and oversight between the City Council and the Hutchrec Commission. Operational coordination with the city is also ongoing. The city's Director of Parks and Facilities, Justin, is invited to all the Hutchrec Commission meetings, and he attends many of them, ensuring alignment between the city operations and recreational programming. And our financial reporting is shared broadly. The city manager, the City Council's ex officio representative, the Director of Parks and Facilities, and the City Finance Director all receive monthly, quarterly, and annual financial reports from the Hutchrec. This ensures full transparency and consistent oversight by city leadership. And regarding the taxing authority, Hutchrec cannot raise its mill levy without your City Council approval. That authority rests entirely with this body. It is also important to note that the Hutchrec has never requested an increase in the mill levy. In fact, the mill levy has declined every year since 2012. Today, it stands at the lowest level that it has in 32 years, which I think demonstrates responsible financial management. In closing, Mayor and Council members, Hutchrec operates under state law with city-appointed governance, open financial reporting, and City Council control over taxation. Its structure is transparent, accountable, and collaborative. Thank you for your time and all of your service to our community.
Thank you.
Charles Melton, 207 South Ford. Here is a concerned citizen of Hutchinson. Been here 6 months from DC. And what's going on right now is worse than DC. So, as many of y'all are aware, I've looked at every document, talked to lots of people, and I know this issue probably better than anybody else in town. And out of the 6,600 plus documents, there was one that really stood out to me. And it's an email from Hutchinson Community College Tricia Paramore, dated September 4th, 2025, to Enrique Villegas, Justin Combs, Paul Brown, and Carol DeWald regarding the negotiations between Hutch CC and Hutchrec on the MOU regarding the use of the Hutchinson Sports Arena in its entirety. And I'll quote Dr. Paramore. Good afternoon. Josh and I have visited about the most recent correspondence from Tony Finley. We appear to be spinning our wheels. Each attempt we've made to set via MOU some clarifying parameters regarding Hutchrec's use of the sports arena has resulted in a different excuse for why Hutchrec will not agree to sign an MOU. First, it was scheduling, which was addressed in the MOU. Then at the August 27th meeting, it was his confusion with the city's involvement in the MOU and paying to use the facility. So at that time, we all agreed to remove any clause about payment to the city for use of the sports arena, except for non-Hutchrec specific events like MAYB or Mid-America volleyball tourneys. Now it appears his concern rests with the lack of written guarantee that Hutchrec will have, quote, use of the sports arena for public recreation immediately or in the future, unquote. And he goes on to communicate something new related to the city, not HUTCC, state statute governing recreation commissions regarding the city's obligation to provide facilities for public recreation. It is my understanding that the city provides many, all caps, facilities for public recreation, Amdel, Splash, Fun Valley, etc., including the sports arena. Even if the sports arena were not on that list, the city is providing facilities for public recreation. Tony's email mentions an athletic facilities agreement between the city and Hutchrec. Is there such a document? I have not seen an agreement between the city and Hutchrec, so I'm simply asking to understand what might be causing him conflict. If so, is there anything that might contradict what is in the agreement between the city and HUTCC? His email today is yet another example of the need for an MOU, particularly given his persistent misunderstanding of the times when gyms are available. We've had these conversations at least 5 times over the last year. Enough. We have demonstrated ample patience. I'd like us all to get together to discuss the next steps. And I'm inviting Carol DeWalter, College Legal Counsel, to join us. I hope you will be joining me and Josh for a 30 to 60-minute Zoom meeting within the next week. That's straight from Dr. Paramore. In closing, I am reminded that the infantrymen's creed during times like these. I yield not to weakness, to hunger, to cowardice, to fatigue, to superior odds. For I am mentally tough, physically strong, and morally straight. I forsake not my country, my mission, my comrades, my sacred duty. I am relentless. I am always there, now and forever. And I'd like to forever be a resident of Hutchinson, but this got to stop.
Thank you. Yes. Come to
Duke Duvall, Hutchinson, Kansas, 2501 Canterbury Drive. First of all, I want to thank the mayor and Councilman Truen for being at our Hutchrec board meeting. Thank you very much, and everybody is invited. Dealing with the last comment, I happened to be at the Hutchrec Commission meeting when Mr. Gooch was there, and he acted very rudely, okay, and was caught whispering with a certain city attorney on one occasion and had to be called on it. I was at the meeting at Sports Arena when we got the MOU hammered out. I invited myself because I thought I should be there. I take my job very seriously. I have never missed one Hutchrec Commission meeting in almost 3 years. So my track record is good. But then again, Hutch-JUCO, Mr. Gooch had the opinion that the sports arena was there for HCC and HCC only. And when we added on to the sports arena, if I'm wrong, please tell me, but the north gyms were meant for public recreation. And as of now, we have an MOU that we got signed. I hope, Amy, did we get it signed? Yes, we have an agreement now. So we have an agreement with Hutch-JUCO, and I hope we get an agreement with the city of Hutch. Getting down my list, I got 3 minutes, heck, I got plenty of time. Justin Combs had a great presentation at our meeting last Wednesday about what he sees for the 5 pointed out 5 issues that we're want to do in the city. And it was a very good presentation. At the end of the meeting, Amy Conklin finished with her presentation of all the activities that Hutchrec has. And it's amazing the number of kids, young adults and seniors use the Hutchrec facilities. Now I have an issue that I didn't get to speak about at our last meeting. Mr. Garza made the statement about at a Hutchrec meeting he was treated very poorly. I've never seen Mr. Garza at a Hutchrec meeting, so I can't attest to it. As far as I'm concerned, if I ever knew of anybody who treated any official poorly, I would ask for some sort of reprimand or whatever it takes to get the job done. Nobody is more important in this whole room than the city of Hutch. We are the most, we are it. We the people, you are here for that. April 19th is my favorite day of the year. If you don't know, it's Patriots Day. And if you don't know why, it's the Battle of Lexington and Concord. And we started our fight. Thank you very much. You guys have a great night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Leslie Shea, 1004 Dundee Court, Hutchinson, Kansas. And I am here to just share my thoughts with about the Hutchrec Commission and the talk or proposal of the city of Hutchinson taking it under its umbrella. So I'm going to read this. Thank you. My name, I currently serve as chair of the Hutchrec Foundation and previously served 2 4-year terms as a commissioner for the Hutchrec Commission. I am here because I strongly oppose the city's suggestion of bringing Hutchrec under its operational umbrella under the guise of a cost-saving measure. I'm shocked that this would even be a consideration based on the growth Hutchinson Recreation has had over the past 12 years. Doing so risks undermining the mission it was created to serve. The Recreation Commission was established as an independently operated entity dedicated to providing recreation and wellness programs for Hutchinson residents and overseen by appointed citizen commissioners and a dedicated director and staff. During my time as a commissioner, I witnessed significant growth under Tony's leadership. His experience brought a broader vision of what a Recreation Commission can be beyond youth sports. And since my departure, the growth has continued. And just for an example, just as of 2025, Hutchrec has served over 77,000 participants in the year 2025. They offered 570 programs in 2025. They distributed over $6.5 thousand in scholarships in 2025. And they also have 150 seasonal part-time jobs in 2025. Every expenditure was and still is carefully reviewed to ensure responsible stewardship as new programs, events, and initiatives are added to Hutchrec in its programs. And to this day, the mill levy has never been increased or asked to be. In fact, it is currently the lowest it has been in 32 years. Tony and his staff are passionate and dedicated to Hutchrec, and it would be unfortunate to jeopardize their livelihoods for reasons unrelated to performance. Hutchrec's mission is to provide a lifelong wellness, cultural, natural, and recreational opportunities that promote healthy minds and bodies through innovative programs, state-of-the-art facilities, and protected open spaces. Tony has built a forward-thinking and committed team that consistently upholds this mission, and it should remain this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie. Anyone else?
Mayor and council members, my name is Ron Sellers. I live at 3400 Thunderbird. thank you all for your service, and particularly in these stressful times that we seem to be having the last few months, a few weeks. I have a prepared remark, but based on some of the other remarks made, I'm going to ad-lib it, and if I stutter a little bit, please excuse me. Mr. Zaid broke your rules today by mentioning people by name, and that's not appropriate on your rules. I wish he wouldn't have done that. There's some mention by other speakers that the city manager's job has been questioned, or he feels like he's going to be thrown out. I've probably talked to 30 people on this issue during the last few weeks, and not one of them has mentioned anything like that at all. They just want something fair done within the city. I was involved in the last negotiation with the community college on their MOU, and I think it was very well stated that Gosh's attempts were to throw the city use out of the sports arena. And I was on the commission. No, I wasn't on the commission. It was after I was on the commission. We had a vote to extend the sports arena, and it was made very clear that the sports arena would be a city/HCC use. Very, very clear. At times, Mr. Gooch has not lived up to those things. I think at the present time, to my knowledge, their association is going very, very well. We have some people with very high egos, and sometimes they don't say the right things at the right time. I was on the college board for 16 years. I was on your board for 8 years, mayor twice. And Mr. Mayor, I don't think I ever had a meeting that was as tense as this one and as divisive as this one. We've got to figure out how to the city to get along with everybody. And it takes one side here, and you move to the middle. And it's what's ever best for the city. I'd like to state that finance has been suggested as something if the city takes over, we could save a lot of money. Well, I looked at my tax statement for last year. I paid on my tax statement $143 for the Hutchrec Commission. 2% of my total tax budget. I don't think that's too much for a quality recreation commission. I am talking tonight about a rec commission. I'm not talking about people. I'm not talking about the city manager. I'm not talking about Tony Finley. I'm talking about two entities that need to get along. The city successfully completed a campaign to raise sales taxes in Hutchinson to finance and complete many overdue projects such as deteriorating trail systems, aging water treatment plants, collapsing stormwater systems. One collapsed last week, and more. These projects are expensive and are going to take your whole budget. They have a much higher priority than arguing over which body should govern Hutchrec. Since Hutchrec has managed to increase popular programming without increasing its mill levy, how can the city take on additional responsibility of Hutchrec and promise not to cut programming when it's known that the city has more critical expenses than it has a budget for? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I hope you can tone down the stress of government. Thank you.
Thank you. You can come to the podium.
I'm not trying to be a fun hater, but technically clapping violates Section 2, so you should not clap for anybody ever.
I'm Brad Crank, 3118 Farmington Road. I'd just like to thank City Hutch and
the Hutchrec Commission. I'm currently the facilities manager at DCI. I don't know if everybody in here knows that DCI Park is owned by DCI. It's not a public park. Some people get that confused at times. Over the past 3 years, I've built a really good working relationship with the Hutchrec, being involved in DCI Park. I won't mention the names. They know who they are, the ones that I've worked with. From art projects, activities, community events. If you've looked at our park, you've seen some of the art projects and things that have been done. Those were with grant money and a little bit of help from DCI on certain things. During the Christmas season, you saw the Christmas tree grow up. That was an amazing event. I was able to witness several Hutchinson residents bring their families and kids, take pictures during that time. So things like that have been going on for the residents of Hutchinson. Anytime there's questions, issues, or anything, we discuss it, we take care of it, we talk about it, and we work through it. Projects like we've done do not always go smooth. There's issues sometimes, and we've worked our way through it. All the requests to use the park come to me. I review those requests, talk to people, make a decision on whether they're allowed to use the park or not use the park, depending on what it is. We don't charge a Hutchrec to use the park. We pay the utilities when there's an activity going on and they're using electricity. DCI is covering that. It's a choice we made. We talked about charging, but because of what they do, we thought the best interest for the community was just allow them to use the park and not charge them for that. With that being said, the good working relationship that we have over this long period of time, I feel like if the city takes this over, I'm not confident that that's going to be the same. They respect me, they respect our facility. From my past experiences with city and things, I don't have very high expectations that would continue. Some of the projects we talked about, looking forward to doing in the future, I don't feel like that would be a smooth ride. Like I said, I'm not confident the respect for myself and our facility would be the same over long term. I would just like to say I personally has nothing to do with DCI. I personally stand with the Hutchrec, continuing to do their part in our community and make it a better place for the families. And I really feel like that if all of you truly care about Hutchinson family, and especially Hutchinson kids, some of the personal feelings should be put aside, and I think things should just stay the same, and we should move forward together and work together to make Hutchinson a better community for the kids that are going to be taking over this city someday. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come to the podium?
Karen Neal, 109 Hyde Park. Just like Ron, I had something prepared, but I'm not going to be redundant with what a lot of other people have said, so I'm going to ad-lib this. And I'm just going to say that just because what works for other communities doesn't mean that's what's going to work for us. The Recreation Commission works well in Hutchinson, and it has for over 70 years. It works well, it runs well, it works for Hutchinson. So just because Parks and Rec work under the city for other communities, that doesn't mean it's going to work for us. And I want you to really take that into consideration as you learn about all the other different communities that have different organizations. I really think that you should take into consideration the people that elected you and the families and what they need, because at the end of the day, this is about the residents who use the programs and making sure that it's here for another 70 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Storr, 103 Kansas Avenue. I just wanted to quickly point out the amount of people that are here tonight is not necessarily a mistake. There's a lot of fear going around in the community and a lot of rumors that are happening about what's happened recently and the conversations that have been happening. And I really want you all to recognize that that fear is not going to bring any of you individual favor. It's only going to make things much worse for each and every one of you individually. As a community, we're going to get through this. We're going to vote out every single one of you that is making this fear a problem. All right, that was it.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you?
Good evening. My name is Cecilia Pena, and I've heard from all of you so far this evening. I represent Southwest Bricktown. All of y'all that came up here to speak are from north side of town. I agree with y'all. Enough is enough. There's been a lot of rumors going around of what's going on. From what I understand, this isn't the beginning, and it's not going to be the end. It's been around for years. And I've said this before, and a lot of you think, oh, Cecilia, I'm going to say it again, because I've been called that before. She's just a troublemaker. She's a badass. No, I'm not. I'm a human being with feelings that cares for your community. Enough is enough. There's no queens. There's no kings. There's a national, Hutchinson, Kansas. We all created equal. We need to open our ears, open our hearts. From my understanding, these programs aren't going to go away. All we're asking, and I've brought this to the city council before, all we want is transparency. What's it going to hurt to look over the financial reports of Hutchrec? What's it going to hurt? City council has done it many of times, hired and resourced outside of state people to come in and make reports, financial reports, city development reports. Woody Seat Freeway was all done out of state. And I am so tired of people saying, I didn't know what was going on in Hutchinson, Kansas. I wasn't aware of all these problems. I encourage you to get involved, because if you don't, we're going to be a dwindling city with only senior citizens, including myself, that doesn't have a place to go to voice our opinions and to be heard. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. Turn over your records. Let's see what's there. If you don't have anything to hide, you shouldn't be afraid. City Council, I mentioned it again. I've asked that of them too. We were in a standstill for over a year to make a decision on Woody Seat Freeway, but they stepped up to the plate. They stepped up to the plate. They got the information. We didn't win. We still got the roundabout, but it's done. Get over it. Accept it. That's all I'm asking our future citizens of Hutchinson, our older folk, to stop and think about that stuff. It's very, very important. And you're right. We got elected officials up here. A lot of them are new. Give them a chance. Give everybody a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you can come up now.
My name is Sherry Bosley Bradford. I live at 1130 East Avenue C in Hutchinson. And the city has a lot going on without taking on the Hutchrec. The city can't even run the city right now. And, you know, I've been living at that address for 24 years. And I've had problem after problem after problem with both neighbors in hoarding and junking up their yards and vehicles. and not mowing their yard until it's about 4 foot deep. And I call the city and they send them their little letters and everything threatening them to do this or that. But there's never any follow through. It's been year after year after year. Now, one of my neighbors, he got kind of scared when the water main broke right out on my corner and the city was all over the place. By God, he got out and he mowed his damn yard for the first time without getting a letter from the city. And, you know, there's always a lot of threats that we're going to do this and that and everything else, but there's never much follow through. And as far as this video goes that was made, I don't know all the whatever behind it, but you know, looking at our city manager and his age, I kind of wonder if that video won't be included in his next resume for his future job, because people don't want to stay here in Hutchinson of their age group with their families because of exactly what's going on right now with the Hutchrec. And people will get out of get their kids through schools, and then the kids go to school and you think they're going to be here in 20, 30 years. No, they go to the bigger cities where there's much more activities and everything for their families and everything. They don't stay here. This town attracts all the retired people that need the medical care and the nursing homes. That's exactly what this town has come to. And even my own son's getting out of the Air Force after 25 years this summer. He's not coming back here. You know, there's nothing here for him. And that's sad, because I can remember back in the 60s it wasn't that way. So anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else? Make sure. Oh.
Sam Conklin, 3808 Cherry Hills. I just wanted to address one of the previous things that citizens said before, talking about turning over financials. I don't know whether she was referring to the city or to Hutchrec. Just point of clarification, we have turned over all financials and everything is public record, as we've stated before. It's all the state website. So, and our own, everything is transparent. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in public comment?
Sue Ray, 222 West 17th Avenue, and thanks for letting me speak. I was the chair of Hutchrec. I joke, for 9 years. It was partly COVID. It was long. There was like an extra year or so. And I wanted to be involved with Hutchrec because of the way it affected me as a child. And no one's talked about, John Richardson has a theory that there are 300 people in Hutchinson who care about things like this: who runs what, how the taxes, all that stuff, all these things. But for most of us, Hutchrec meant something because of how it affected us. It's been around for 70 years. I'm 65. And it was the first time I was ever allowed to be a leader. I was a geeky, weird kid. What a surprise. I only liked to read. And that's basically my whole deal. And I went to Lakeview Elementary in Caryville. And they had a summer program where you could go and hang out in the summer and do crafts and things. And when I got to be about 5th grade, they decided to let me be a junior leader. And since what I like to do is read, they decided I could read to the other kids, the little ones. So I put together an outfit where I dressed up like Bo Peep. I went junking on South Main with my grandma, put together an outfit, and I would read stories to the little kids, and they liked it a lot. And it was the first time I thought, oh, something I can do is good, and people like it. And it was really huge. It was a big deal to me. Then I went to Dillon Nature Center. I went to the camps. And then I was a junior counselor. And they were really good at letting the older kids help the younger kids. And they would help us find out what we were good at. even if it wasn't athletics, because I also played t-ball, and I was an Orange Devil, and I found out I hated team sports a lot, and I would rather sit out in the middle of the outfield and look for clover, and nobody really cared. They were like, okay, that's fine. And then my niece got older, and she loved Dillon Nature Center. It means a lot to my family. That's a big deal. Hutchrec has been a part of what made Hutchinson good, and Hutchinson really, really good for our family. It's good for all the kids in our family. So it's a big part of what makes this place special. And we don't want to lose anything that makes Hutchinson special. And we don't want it to be pulled apart. And that's why I wanted to be involved with Hutchrec. That's why I've served on the board for many years. And I hate all the fighting. It's not doing us any good. And it's not going to do us any good. All of us are going to come out worse in the long run. So when you think about what it means to people in Elmdale, you know, I mean, I learned when I was on the board, Ron Sellers was on the board, and he taught me a lot about different things that I need to think about when I'm serving on boards. And I've been serving on boards for a long time, too. So don't just think about it as this thing to fight over. It's also a big part of what makes our community special. So I hope you'll take that into account, too. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Making sure that there's nobody in the back room that wants to come forward. I can't see all of you, so I don't know if anybody's getting up or not, so. Their thumbs up? Okay. Okay, so next item, I just need clarification, sorry, on our next item. Just want to make sure we're going in the correct order. You wanted to...
Consent agenda.
Huh?
Consent agenda.
Didn't we move some things forward in the agenda?
We moved the item 9 up to item 7.
Up to 7.
Mr. Mayor, there's a gentleman I think didn't understand, he does want to say. I don't know
Oh,
if you-
okay, let me get clarification,
Okay.
then we'll come back to that, sorry. So we moved up item 9 to number 7, okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure I had clarification on that, I didn't get all that written down, so. Sorry, we'll go back and move to public comment again, sorry, there was somebody who didn't understand me, so. If you'd like to come up to the podium.
Yes, sir.
State your name and address and.
My name is Joe Roger Castro. I live at 324 West C. I got 2 comments. First one's about this bridge on C Street. They've been jacking around that bridge for months and months. In the meantime, they got the whole north end of Woody Seat done. Signs are up, roundabouts down. 5 new driveways were put in there on A Street for the people that live there. And they're still jacking with this bridge all summer long. They done the whole north end. It's all seeded, the weeds, grass is growing up and everything, right? Okay, number 2. Are any of you aware of some of these hideous potholes in this town, specifically right behind Convention Hall, the end of that alley? That's been there for days. I mean, it is hideous. How about 11th and, 4th and Whiteside? The east side of that roadway is all broke out from 4th clear down halfway down to 5th Street. I guess nobody's been down that way lately. They even got a sign in the gas station there saying, call the city about this roadway out here. It's been that way for days and days, not a couple months or weeks. Right there by the kids' shelter by the police station, where that brick is all busted out there on 1st and, what is that? Jefferson right there. City's put a white line around them busted out bricks there. They've been that way for years. Right down at the end at the crosswalk, it's all busted out there. Same thing. Don't let me get started on that 2nd Street by the Hutch News. That's hideous. Another roadway. You know, I blame all you guys. I can't blame just one person. He's the man in charge, can get things done, but those things ain't getting done. Shall I continue? How about here on D in Washington? I go down that area. You hit that brick street on Washington, you drop. There's a hole that dang big there, you know. I try to drive around it, but it doesn't do no good. That hole's that big, you hit it, boom, front end goes down. Number 2, 3, The entrance to Cary Park on the sidewalk, right there where they built that years ago, it's busted out unless it's been repaired lately. I went out to the park office one time, asked about that busted out area. They said, we don't have the people that does that kind of masonry work that was done eons ago. So it's all busted out unless they got it fixed. But I'm glad they got that barbecue place finally cleared out behind the fountains there, because it was messed up for a while too. Not years, but for a while. They finally got that completed and flattened it out. You know, because I used to go down there quite a bit when I was walking like I used to. But anyway, that's all I got to say. He's the power. You got to say so. Do some of these damn hideous potholes. I mean, they're hideous. Nobody's been behind there on Convention Hall, by God. I went down by there Saturday after leaving the Anchor Inn. Oh, man, it's in bad, bad shape. But, you know, that's the way it is. I will say one thing to the credit. Years ago, I complained about right beside the Anchor Inn here, there's a large messed up spot there. The previous person, whoever's in charge, they went down and got that thing straightened out, flattened out. Looks good now, you know. How about striping in front of the tire store there on 8th Street? There's no stripes down the middle. Same with the Anchor Inn drive-through coming down, what is that, Adams? I come by there this morning. There's no stripes down that street. They just blacktop. Looks good. Where's the stripes? I see guys out there on West 4th filling in cracks in the street on 4th Street. I said, look at this jazz. Fill in the cracks. And you got these hideous-ass potholes around there. I'm not lying. Go take a look at 4th and 11th, you know, or behind Convention Hall. You want to see something bad. Look at that mess back there. Well, that's all I got to say. That's what I had to say to you guys. I ain't blaming any of you. I blame all of you for it, not just one person. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I got to say about the situation. We'll see how it works out. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman, Mayor, Daniel Minigan, 601 North Madison. I agree with this gentleman right here. I used to have a house over on 11th Street, and the city came down on me because, oh, there's a paint problem. But yet, you can go along the highways and you can go along everything else, and you see weeds just growing. You'll see, like the ditches along Lorraine, when it rains, it gets a lot of water. Well, that attracts mosquitoes. Okay, that's not healthy for us. And I remember when I was a kid, we used to have mosquito trucks. We don't have them anymore. Whatever happened to them, don't know. But it was a good thing for us because it protected us. And you all, as our leaders that we elected, should be a role model. I mean, of course, we need to take care of our grass. We need to take care of our houses, and I agree with that. But at the same time, I think the city should also, instead of fighting over things like Hutchrec and stuff, or all that mess, they should be a role model and start tending to our streets like the man says, our streets, our sidewalks. Because there's people that walk down that sidewalk. What if someone walks down, trips, falls because there's a hole there? Well, there's an injury there. Who's at fault? Okay? Who's going to pay the medical bills? You know? So I think you all as council members and mayors should come up with a program to help people that can't get out. There's elderly that can't mow their grass, but yet they still get in trouble for it. But if we can come up with a program to help them, you know, like I go to HCC. I'm learning construction right now. And HCC and the Hutchinson High Schools joined with the city and everything to start filling up all these vacant lots with houses and stuff. I mean, I'm wearing my shirt right now because I came straight from class here. And I think that's a great thing that we're working with the city to fill up these lots. But I think you as members of the council and, you know, all y'all should be a role model and make sure that the streets and the sidewalks and the grass is mowed so we know, you know, a role model. We can follow what you all do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, just gonna make sure there's nobody else. I definitely don't want to miss anybody, so. All right, if not, next item, Mary.
Item number 6, consent agenda.
So has everyone had a chance to look through the agenda, the consent agenda? Questions, comments?
Tax receipts are down. That's my comment.
Okay.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
Truen,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Bass,
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Item number 7
Nope. This is where we're moving 9 up, right? Isn't that correct?
is new business. A, discuss council travel policy.
Is somebody presenting on this?
Me.
Oh, you, okay, sorry.
Has everybody read the sample policy that was provided in the amended agenda?
Yes.
So the reason I am proposing this, and let me find what page it starts on. Thank you. I was going to get there. I was on 97. Okay, this is on page 92 of the agenda packet. So the reason that I'm proposing this is to ensure that travel decisions are made transparently, consistently, and in the public interest, not at the discretion of any one individual or through an informal agreement. So currently, the way that our travel works is we have a line item within our budget, but there is no governing travel policy because the employee travel policy doesn't apply. We're not employees. There's no advance notice required. There's no council approval required. And the city foots the bill for the items kind of following the employee travel policy, but not really, because technically it doesn't apply. So in my opinion, and the whole reason I put this forth is that I believe citizens have a right to know how their elected officials are spending money. This formal policy creates a paper trail with travel requests, approvals, and expense reports, so it's documentable, subject to public records request, because it's not just good governance, it's essential to maintaining community confidence in local government. This policy also protects not only council but the city from any liability and allegations of misuse of funds. When everybody is following the same documented rules, there's less exposure to legal challenges or ethics complaints. Regarding budget discipline, without pre-approval requirements, a travel budget can be depleted by a few individuals before other council members have any opportunity or benefit of travel, or before the public is aware of the expenditure. A vote-based approval process ensures that the full council, not just those traveling, decide how the limited public funds are allocated. And like I said, this is separate from the employee travel policy because the employee travel policy governs staff who answer to a chain of command. Council members are elected and answer directly to constituents, not to a department head or a city manager who oversees our conduct. And that accountability gap makes this policy not just useful but also necessary. There's one thing that I will note is missing because I wrote this a couple weeks ago. And I believe that adding a section would be a quick fix, which essentially would be that when travel expenses are depleted, there are no additional travel expenses approved. And I have sample language that would account for that. And I stand for any questions from council.
Yes, I got a comment. I think our travel policy's okay. We've been using this travel policy. I worked for the city for 33 years. Used the same travel policy. We tied up in the council for little trips here and there. There's no need to change it what it is. We're not gonna get where we're gonna fraud the city. It's been doing fine for years, and we should just leave it the way it is. I don't see a problem with it, and I was an employee for 33 years. I've been a city council member for 7, and we used it just fine. There's no problems with it. Otherwise, we're gonna have to get it approved by the council. We have enough on our plate without doing stuff like this. I don't see a problem with our travel policy. And anytime you guys want to see what's going on in our books, it's just like the rec said, you look at our books. I don't think there's a problem with it at all.
So what travel policy are you referring to?
The policy that you want to change it. I haven't read the travel because I didn't know this was coming up. But
Yeah, we don't have a travel policy for council.
Okay.
And the one for employees does not apply to council.
So whatever we do with us going places, just leave it alone. The city manager or whatever, they decide what we're gonna do in the business, leave it alone. They're doing the business, leave it alone.
And I don't believe that's an accountable or transparent way to operate.
Enrico, can you speak how we currently do it now? I was looking for Angela, but I don't see her, so.
Is Angela here?
Oh, there she is. Can you come speak to how that works now?
Angela Richard, Director of Finance, specifically for council.
Yes, specific, because this is what this is addressing, so.
So typically, usually the city manager lets us know that there's been travel. That can be charged to a city P card, purchasing card, or a credit card, is what people also call that. And then when they get back, they follow the same reimbursement procedures that an employee would, the same per diem rates, the same mileage rates, and they turn in their receipts.
Okay. That's the question I had. So I actually kind of did some. You can go sit down if you want to. Sue. I've talked to 3 cities around us, and after this was brought to the attention, so like City of Newton, it's approved by the city manager with the travel expenses for council, and then McPherson is on travel like that. If it's over $1,000, it goes to council for approval. I'm waiting on a call back from Salina. I called a couple days ago and I have not heard back yet. So from what I found around us, there's not much that I could find yet. But there's still more. I just want to at least participate in this discussion a little bit too about what's around us too. So that was my input at the moment.
Yeah, I believe that the fact that we have a budget line item specifically for travel, which is also used, again, there's no policy for this, so non-travel training is also deducted from this same account, it would appear. But we have a line item for this, but we don't have a policy for this. And to me, that makes it ripe for being taken advantage of. I believe a lot of cities have, or at least their employee policy would also apply to council, which is essentially what this is. It uses a lot of the same language. For me, I think that the concern is that all travel is essentially made public after the fact. I think that's a public relations nightmare, and we should correct it.
Okay. Anyone else like to comment?
So, question I have, Ms. Gus, says that the current policy doesn't affect city council, but I'm looking at the travel policy for the city Hutch, dated January 1, 2016. And in the policy statement, it says performance of city official business with the necessity periodic travel by city officials/employees. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm assuming if it says city officials, that would be us too. So I think this policy would apply to us. Another concern I have on the proposed policy is that council members will not be reimbursed until after the travel. You know, this could put some council member in a financial bind if they don't have the money to, you know, we assume that everybody would have, but we set this policy and a certain member doesn't have the money to go, and they've got to, I guess, bankroll it and wait till they get back. Where with the policy, you can get, you know, the money up front to help cover expenses.
I don't disagree, and that was the one argument that I put in the con side on my notes. I think it would disadvantage some, but I think that the transparency aspect, I don't know, overrules that in a way, or is more important than that. And it's a policy, it's not written in stone. There is an opportunity that if that were the case, the council in a future date could amend the policy.
I guess my question is I mean, this, like Mr. Garza said, this current policy has been used since 2016. I'm not aware that we've had any issues with it, and it does say city officials, so I think that would, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think that that would include the city council. So I guess I'm just not sure why we need to change the policy, because I have not heard that we've had any issues.
And if you're right, sir, if I have to bank it, I'm not a rich man. I couldn't afford it. So that's, I didn't see that part, so that I couldn't do that.
There were two other concerns I had, Stacy, and that was mileage to the airport. You wouldn't be reimbursed for that, and you wouldn't be reimbursed for parking at the airport. I'm fine with that. I guess there's another concern. When I travel, the way you have it, it's for the whole world to know, and I don't know if that could be a safety issue. I'm not terribly worried about it. Carly might be a little bit worried about it. Those are just some concerns, and, you know, I feel pretty comfortable with what we have right now.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Does the public have any questions or comments?
I have a question for Angela. Can you tell us how much is in the council travel budget currently per year?
So in 2026, we have 15,000 for travel and 5,000 for training. In my view, those line items could be combined. And then after the trip to DC, we probably spent about 6,500.
And in the past 2 years, how much has been spent on council travel?
I only have last year with me. Last year, we spent 13,412.
And so if you mentioned that already this year, we've spent 6,500.
Approximately.
When that runs out, what happens?
Usually the way we look at department budgets is as a total. We don't criticize when they go over individual line items. We understand that sometimes they may go over in chemicals, but they're able to save in supplies or something like that. So we look at the total budget and try to make sure that departments are within that total budget. And if they're not able to let myself or the city manager know and explain why. Because ultimately at the state level, they just care about the total fund.
Any more questions? No? Thank you, Angela. Anyone else in the public have any questions, comments? Seeing none, next item.
Item number 7B, Recreation Commission Educational Presentation.
Good evening. I'm Justin Combs, Director of Parks and Facilities. First, I just want to thank everyone for coming out. It's great to see so many people and being engaged in your local government. I want to step back just a little bit and speak to the reason why we're here. This isn't a city-led initiative. This is nothing the city staff, city council, they didn't originate the question. It really started from this public comment several weeks
I think we should
ago.
at least look and decide, and decide after we know, after we look at the study and say, okay, it doesn't work for Hutchinson. But if it does, it's worth you guys voting on. So
Yeah. I think this is a good idea myself, have a committee and look at it. I like it. We'll see.
I think we need to have a conversation about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the future. Just to, I guess, do our due diligence to make sure we're making the right decision for our community. So that's good.
I agree. I mean, I don't know when we need to decide that, but an independent study, we get beat up all the time for spending money on studies, but this is exactly why we hire people to do this, so we have information that we can make a good decision on.
Right.
And, you know, I think consolidation is very efficient, generally speaking.
No, I think it needs to be a future agenda item, not something for the discuss. I mean, a little discussion tonight, but until we have more history and information, I think we can have an agenda item at that point. So and have a discussion because I think it's worth at least having a discussion and then study as well.
So I just wanted to play that just to clarify. This is not a city-led thing. That city staff's not advocating one way or the other. This was brought up at public comment. There was a discussion about seeking more information and providing more information. That's why we're here tonight. There's no hidden agenda. There's no assumptions being made. It's just simply to kind of fill in some gaps as far as information or misinformation goes. Also, there's lots of talks about cutting programming. And so I just want to play another clip from the last council member meeting.
We're good, the rec's doing a great job. If that's the case, then we go on. The rec stays what they're doing. So all it is, guys, is just something that the city commission, that a citizen came for the people, by the people. And I don't care if he's just one guy. But one person comes up there and asks for us to do something, we have to look at it. We have to look at it. That's our job as city commissioners.
Mr. Park,
Yes.
you see that ball?
I did.
That light on my head? Okay,
It's the angle of the camera.
Oh, okay.
I also just want to kind of go over a couple key clarifications as well. There's a lot of talk about this subject. I just want, before I dive into the actual presentation, just make sure we're all kind of operating from the same framework. City is simply reviewing information. No decision has been made. We're simply providing information. This is not personal. It's not about a person, a single person, a group of people. It's about long-term planning and long-term service delivery of parks and recreation within our community. There's nothing has been said that the city intends to cut any sort of programming, whether that's youth programming, Third Thursday, special events, adult programming, senior programming. There's never been any indication that that's the city's intent if this path is followed, or if we continue to explore this idea. There's also been nothing said to indicate the city's intent would be to reduce staff or reduce employee pay if this path is followed, or if we continue to explore this idea. The current MOU structure is difficult to balance from an efficiency and a fairness standpoint. I'm going to get into that a little bit later, but there could be a potential that additional community investment could happen if we make these MOUs or these agreements a little bit more equitable between the two organizations.
Can you clarify what you mean by require additional community investment? Are you saying that would require the city to raise our taxes, or what are you saying on that specifically?
If I don't answer that question by the end of my presentation, will you re-ask it? Because I do address it later on, and I think it will make more sense. So if you give me a little bit of grace to answer that through the presentation. And then also, if this path is followed, so if we continue down this path, the intention is to use a third party that would make non-biased recommendations and review those recommendations.
Mayor, I have a question. Based on Mr. Combs's remarks already, it sounds like we're going down a path of recommending a study, and this is a presentation for education.
So I did talk to Mr. Combs today, and I just clarified that there's not going to be any action, and we're not going towards any type of study tonight. And that is correct, Justin.
Correct. No recommendation is given. These were questions that were brought up, the conversation that was had. We're just exploring the idea. So there is, at the end of my presentation, in the memo, I'm making 0 recommendations. At the end of it, I'm going to ask for feedback as far as what are next steps. The other question that's been posed that I've heard is why am I giving the presentation? Why aren't others giving the presentation? And the answer to that question is the question was asked by a city resident to the city council, and I'm the director of Parks and Facilities. It is my responsibility to answer those questions. I'm more than qualified to explore the idea and offer information. Not that anyone really cares, but I've got 23 years of experience in Parks and Recreation, over 15 years as a director, 13 here in Kansas, a bachelor's degree in park management and conservation, and a master's degree in public administration. Again, not to tout credentials, just these are things that I'm qualified to speak on, and I think I can do so in a non-biased way. Again, I'm not making any sort of recommendations, not making any assumptions. So. Okay, so with that piece out of the way, I want to move in to really kind of the heart of the matter, is an overview of Parks and Recreation Services, as well as what makes Hutchinson unique. We are extremely unique. So to start this conversation, I looked at the top 50 cities in Kansas, so 50 by population. I know that's hard to read. The intent is not that you read every name that's on there. The largest city in Kansas is Wichita. Smallest city on this list is Mays, with a population of 6,800. So it really encompasses large cities, medium cities, and relatively small cities. There are 2 primary delivery systems for Parks and Recreation. That is a joint Parks and Recreation Department and a Recreation Commission. So on this slide, I've highlighted which communities on there are Parks and Recreation and which are Recreation Commissions. There are 30 that are Parks and Recreation, which is 60% of that list. There are 21 that have Recreation Commissions, which is 40% of that list. Now, if you're paying attention, 30 plus 21 does not equal 50. The reason is Blue Valley Recreation Commission is really an oddity. So Blue Valley, their boundaries overlap City of Leawood, Overland Park, and Olathe. All 3 of those cities also have Parks and Recreation departments. So there's definitely some overlap there. So that's why the math doesn't math, is because there is Blue Valley, which really stands out. I'll show you the boundaries of that later on. So when we break this data down a little bit, or break down the communities here, if we split this group in half, so our top 25 by population, which is essentially every city with a population of 15,000 or greater, only 20% of those cities receive their sole tax-funded recreation provider is a rec commission. When we jump down to the more medium-sized communities, communities that are within the population of 15,000 to 6,800, that number jumps to 60%. I also want to point out that we often compare ourselves to Salina, Manhattan, Dodge, and Garden City. Those are all communities that offer a park and recreation department. There's always ways to slice data and slice sets to to tell a special narrative or the narrative you want. So I wanted to slice this data a little bit differently, just to show it basically shows the exact same trend. So if we break this down by groups of 15, so the first group would be any city that's greater than 27,000 people. There's only one rec commission, and that's Hutchrec. So it's 7% of the cities in that category of above 27,000 population. The middle group, so populations between 27,000 and 11,800, 53% of those communities operate via a rec commission. And then that third group from 11,800 to 6,800, 60% of those operate with a rec commission. So the reason that I wanted to point out is there's a clear trend. The larger the city, the more likely that city is to offer parks and recreation as a department as opposed to a rec commission. And one potential explanation for that is boundaries. Is the boundaries of the city and the boundaries of school districts. When rec commissions are established, they are established with taxing authority, and they are a quasi-governmental agency that has their own taxing authority. They are established either under USD, so a school district, or the city boundaries. The reason this is important is because it essentially is who is paying for that service, or who's paying property tax for the Recreation Commission. So I want to go through the top 9 largest recreation commissions in Kansas and just show the boundaries, and then we'll get to Hutchinson and show why we're different and why we're unique. So earlier I mentioned Blue Valley, and so again, just not to gloss over Blue Valley. What's shown in yellow is Blue Valley School District, USD 229. So this area here, this is all Olathe. This here is Overland Park, and then Leawood is this long kind of skinny community along the state border. As you can see, Blue Valley Rec Commission overlaps all three, and all three have their own separate Parks and Recreation department. So I just wanted to point that one out as an oddity. So now I want to start, so I started at the top 9, so I want to start at the bottom and work my way up. So this is Ottawa. City of Ottawa is shown in blue, and in yellow is USD 290, it's Ottawa Public Schools. When Ottawa was established, when Ottawa Rec Commission was established, they were established under USD 290 boundaries. So you can see there's a significant more amount of land, more amount of property that's being taxed for the delivery of recreation services in Ottawa. Next slide is McPherson. Exact same story here. You can see the discrepancy between USD 418 and McPherson city limits. So this is McPherson Rec that operates under USD 418 boundaries. The next one is Great Bend. Great Bend Rec operates under USD 228 boundaries. Again, you can see the discrepancy between the size of USD 428 and the city of Great Bend. Newton, so we're getting a little bit closer to our neck of the woods. Newton, exact same story, right? So USD 373 is multiple times larger than the city of Newton. Again, so that tax burden, that mill levy, then is spread out through all the properties that fall within the yellow boundaries, not just the blue, not just the city limits. Hayes, again, exact same story. And you can see how large USD 489 is compared to the city of Hayes and Hayes Recreation Commission. So again, Hayes Recreation Commission is taxing everybody in that yellow as opposed to just the city of Hayes. Emporia, again, considerably larger. Emporia Rec is tied to the boundaries of USD 253, and again, it's significantly larger than Emporia. Derby, so Derby is the third largest rec commission in the state. Actually part of Derby Public Schools, USD 260, go into the city of Wichita, and so you can see there again how Derby Rec is tied to USD 260, and so they have a much broader tax base. They're spreading the load, spreading the cost over a much broader population, a lot more properties. So that brings us then to Hutchinson, and what makes us really unique. So when Hutchinson Recreation Commission was established, it was originally established under the boundaries of USD 308. So this map shows USD 308 boundaries in yellow and the city of Hutchinson boundaries in blue. So completely reverse of what we looked at with the other 8 rec commissions. Now this was recognized that this was a problem, that this maybe overburdened USD 308 residents. So in 2011, then the boundaries were changed from just USD 308 to the city of Hutchinson. So currently, Hutchrec is taxing with their mill levy all the residents within the city of Hutchinson and only the city of Hutchinson limits.
I have a question on this slide. So that depicts the current city limits, not what the city limits were in 2011, though?
Correct. There has been a little bit of boundary change in the last 15 years. Well, I did not make these maps. Our IT department did.
Right,
These-
but like
these
the
should
island
be
annex
current.
wasn't there.
Yeah, these would be current.
These are current, yeah.
Yep. So the other part of that story is, why does that look so weird? Why are the others so different? The reality is we have 4 school districts that touch or go into the city limits of Hutchinson. So it's obviously USD 308 Hutchinson, 313 Bueller, 309 Nickerson South Hutch, and 312 Haven. And so, to make our model look like the others, where we're spreading that burden over a much larger group, we would almost have to incorporate all 4 school districts to kind of match what everyone else is doing. So definitely one of the pieces of the puzzle when it comes to the questions about efficiency and how rec commissions are set up and how they're taxed. So I think another part of this that we need to talk about is the agreements between the city and Hutchrec. Just to clarify, our MOUs are expired. They expired at the beginning of 2022. We have been operating generally under that previous language. Where we are at with those agreements right now, I've met with Tony and also with the board. We have draft agreements. We talked very high level with the board. We came up with general concepts of what we'd like in that agreement. I drafted a red line version of a draft of both the Salt City Splash and the athletic fields MOUs. Those are 2 separate agreements. I gave that to Tony. I've received back the Salt City Splash agreement with comments on it. I have reviewed it. I've not responded, and then I have not received back the red line agreement for the ball fields. So we are making progress on that.
Can you share what dates those were exchanged?
Not off the top of my head. I know I received the Salt City Splash agreement back from Tony probably 3 to 4 weeks ago.
And what all other MOUs exist?
So we also have an agreement with Elmdale Senior Center. It expires it is still active. I just looked at it, but I don't want to misquote the date, but that one is still current. We do not have an agreement for Dillon Nature Center.
I thought we had a letter signed in like 1970 on one piece of paper. I've seen it. That was kind of evergreen.
It's a letter. Yeah, I'll defer to Paul if that's a contract, if that's an MOU. We might be splitting hairs, but it's not a contract in the sense of what we have with Salt City Splash, ball fields, or Elmdale.
What about for concessions?
That is embedded inside the agreements between the ball fields and Salt City Splash. So kind of an overview of what those agreements look like. Generally speaking, the city's responsibilities are to prepare the fields or facilities prior to all activities, maintain parking areas in the grounds, provide all building maintenance, we pay all of the utilities, and there is language in there about a subsidy for direct cost for the operation of our athletic fields. Hutchrec responsibilities, they provide personnel for the operation of the facilities, umpires, field supervisors, those sorts of things. They implement and maintain athletic programs, so the overall program of athletics youth athletics, adult athletics. Hutchrec also maintains a web-based calendar that we share. We both have access to. Hutchrec conducts routine cleaning. They collect all fees, and they operate the concession stand. Salt City Splash is nearly a mirror image of the two. We do point out the city does purchase all the chemicals for the pool, pay all the utilities. There's also a subsidy that's written into those previous contracts and the contracts that we are still working under today.
Can you talk to that subsidy, and when was the last time that it was paid? Because that subsidy has been mentioned multiple times, and it seems contentious.
There's no intention behind it. It's just simply calling out what's in.
I'm not saying
in the agreement?
yours is contentious. The overarching theme
Yeah,
of people bringing
understood.
it up.
That's definitely been a point of discussion, is should the city be directly subsidizing Hutchrec for these operations. To Hutchrec's credit, over the last several years, that subsidy has greatly reduced, and in fact, in 2025, there was no subsidy for either operation. So that is something that Hutchrec has made a conscious effort to eliminate or reduce. But because we don't have new signed agreements, it's still in the old agreement, still in the agreement we're working under, and it's something that's important for the history of the agreements between the two organizations. So I also wanted to provide some examples of direct costs to the city to provide recreation services. So these are, in 2025, our actual dollars spent for Fun Valley was $336,000. Same year in 2025 for the pool, it's $252,000. We've done some parking lot improvements, roof replacements. We do are doing building repairs and building maintenance that are budgeted into our park maintenance budget. We also maintain the sports arena to a certain degree and do certain pieces there. And so the point here isn't that these costs would go away if the model changes. These are real costs. They're going to happen no matter who operates, no matter what the model looks like. And so the question could be asked then, can some of these charges, some of these costs be charged back to Hutchrec? So could we make it more equitable and charge some of this back to Hutchrec? The answer is yes, we could, but then we run back into this. And so let's say we agree we're gonna increase, we're gonna ask Hutchrec for a $200,000 rent, just making up a number, for the use of our facilities. Hutchrec would be forced, most likely would be forced, to increase their mill levy. Their mill levy would impact all city residents. And so it's just this circular game that, if we want to make it more equitable, we're just charging the same group of people that we're charging. And so it doesn't make a lot of sense to recoup those costs that way, because again, it's the same group of people that are being taxed twice, essentially for the delivery of that service. Now, had our model look like this, then yes, maybe that makes sense. And actually, several of these communities do charge. Hayes, they get a flat fee from Hayes Rec for the operation or for the rental of their ball field. So they just write them a check every year. In our case, it probably doesn't make sense because, again, it's just that circular thing. We're charging the exact same people for the same thing. So, Hutchrec and the city both collect taxes from the exact same group of residents for the delivery of recreation services. Does this inherently create duplication in cost? So if we have two organizations that are collecting taxes for the delivery of the exact same service, is there an inherent duplication there because it's two separate organizations? And is the recreation model, is it inefficient for Hutchinson due to our boundaries? Those are really the heart of the question. The reason this has come up multiple times over the years, it seems about every 15 or 20 years this question comes up, and it's because of these two things. It's not about, does Hutchrec, are they efficient with the funds they receive? That's not the question. It's not, do they have the right mix of programs, not the right mix of programs. It's the tax structure and the overall model. Is it not built for the way our boundaries are? Does it create inherently duplication because you have these two organizations taxing the exact same group of people? So that's the heart of the question. Has nothing to do with, what brand of light bulbs Hutchrec spends or buys and how much they pay their employees. It's not about the internal efficiencies. It's about the model. It's about the framework and the tax structure. That's why the question keeps coming up. So, like I said, I'm not making any recommendations to move forward, to not move forward, to continue to discuss it. On the flip side, I'm actually asking you for direction. Where do we go from here? Questions been asked. We've provided information. I know there's a whole bunch of people that probably would like to speak on this, so I will wrap it up real quick. And I also do want to open up some questions from council if there are any.
I have a question. Can you go back to where you talked about the true costs of things? I think it's 3 back. So, do you have a spreadsheet that splits this out? I would have had better questions, but I asked for a copy of the slides this morning and I didn't get a response.
I do not have. So, Angela and I worked on a spreadsheet with some of the cost. It's hard. I didn't want to throw a number out there with all these other things and have it not be accurate. So what I'm presenting here is just the total budget for Fun Valley, the total budget for the pool. I also want to recognize some of Fun Valley does support ESD 308. Some of it supports the Hutchinson Community College. So,
And
I
the
think
sports arena budget, is that line item is that one funded through the sales tax?
It is not.
The
Not the
former-
operation.
Okay.
Not the operation of it. Any improvements or maintenance CIP projects, we do have a reserve from the sales tax for the sports arena, but not for the operation. I did not put the full budget for the sports arena up there because they're not the primary user, but
Right.
there is a cost to the city.
So is like insurance included in this and water bill?
Insurance.
Paper towels?
Yes.
What all is?
Yeah, for which one specifically?
For all of it, like
Yeah,
what?
It's going to vary by each one. Insurance would be in all of these. Commodities would also be included in these.
And just for clarification, the sports arena and the city of Hutch split the costs. Is that what our
Yeah,
agreement says?
so sports arena, so HCC operates it. They manage the daily operation of the building. The city pays for 50% of the utilities. The city pays for 50% of the consumables or commodities, so that's toilet paper, paper towels, those sorts of things. The community college is 100% responsible for the labor of cleaning and maintaining the building until we get into large kind of CIP projects, and then the city, we then negotiate. So let's say if we're going to put a new roof on the building, that would be a negotiated cost share between the city and the community college. So generally, yes, we split the cost.
You're answering my questions as I'm thinking of
Yeah.
them, so thank you.
I just wish this was more detailed with exactly what all went into these figures.
Yeah, and I think that's if we choose the option of looking more deeply into it, I think those are the things we need to explore. Not just these costs that are on the screen, but also the cost on Hutchrec side as well. To do a deep analysis to get an understanding, of what the savings could or couldn't be if any decisions are made. So, the intent of this was just to point out that there is a real cost to the city of Hutchinson as an organization for providing the recreation services.
I don't think this doesn't reflect all of the costs of the services that are provided by Hutchrec, though. Like the meal service provided at Elmdale isn't on there. That's a cost that they bear for. Is that recreation? No, but that's one of their services.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. The intent's not to kind of break down the Hutchrec budget. Again, the intent is just to simply show that both organizations have real cost to support that operation.
But you're not showing both organizations' costs. This is only showing the cities.
Okay, understood. Yeah, there is a clear cost to Hutchrec. They've got the mill levy. They've got, their budget that's published, those sorts of things.
Any other questions from council? Public questions. Go back to the same parameter, come up here, state your name. You can come on up, you just gotta come from the back side of the room. I see you back there, so. You do, please. And basically the same parameters as the oral communications.
I have a question.
State your name again, please,
Sherry
start.
Bosley Bradford from Hutchinson. Why do we not have any yellow around our city? Is it our whole
If
county
you're-
that pitches in to the Hutchrec? All the
Scott,
school
if you're
districts?
adhering to section 2, then this isn't a back and forth between public and
No,
Justin.
I get that, but she needs clarification on that, sorry.
Yeah. So the question is, why is there no yellow around the city of
Yes.
Hutchinson? So the yellow, so on the maps that are on the screen, the yellow that are around any of the communities is showing the boundaries of the school district.
Okay, how come our 4 school districts aren't shown on that photo or that picture?
Because we are only taxing, Hutchrec is only taxing the city residents, not USD 308. And so the yellow here shows the boundaries of USD
So
308.
Nickerson and Bueller and everybody else doesn't pay taxes on it either?
Correct. So in this graphic, Bueller, Haven, and South Hutch Nickerson are not paying the mill levy and are not paying property tax into Hutchinson Recreation. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the boundaries are the city limits, so those residents that live in the city of Hutchinson, but inside USD 313, they are paying mill levy. So, excuse me, that was a good catch there, good clarification.
So sorry, I guess I should rephrase my statement of if you have a comment, not more of a question, because we're not trying to be engaging, I guess, just more of a comment, I guess.
It's important for people to understand.
And I know that was a great question, so that's why I wanted you to answer it, so. Does anybody else have any comments? Any council have any more comments, questions?
I have a couple comments. One, I have to get to the right tab. There's like 50 tabs open, so, nope, that was the right browser. Okay. So I compared the community health needs assessment, and I won't share everything that I kind of dived into with this, but essentially I think that this presentation tonight speaks to a little bit of kind of the nuts and bolts of Hutchrec, but where it falls short is really the intangibles and the core drivers of Hutchrec Commission's mission. And I'm not speaking on behalf of them. This is research that I've done myself. So the Community Health Needs Assessment is conducted every 3 years. It's required under the Affordable Care Act. Specifically, residents in 67501, which is the southern half of Hutch, reported statistically lower mental health within their household and amongst individuals. They feel that they are the least connected and they're already the most vulnerable. So they have the lowest social connectedness score. These are households who are earning less than $50,000 a year compared to higher income earners in 67502. These are also the respondents who identified that opportunities for free and low-cost exercise classes was a top factor for improving their quality of life and health, and that access to cultural and art events were among their top priorities. These are obviously services that Hutchrec provides, and if we look to the 2011 study, one of the things that it mentions is because Hutchrec has operated without the city running it, they have been able to have a nonprofit arm to fundraise, and that funding offsets some of their budget. I can't speak to how much it offsets, but it's evident that it's helpful. Mental health in Reno County is already in a fragile state. The Community Health Needs Assessment identifies behavioral health as one of the 6 priority areas for action, noting that youth and young adults report high levels of mental health distress with suicide rates above the state average. This report explicitly calls for promoting social connectedness, which is one of the missions of Hutchrec Commission. And then we can look to our chronic disease data. Reno County is already worse when comparing to Sedgwick, Harvey, Butler, and Saline County across pretty much all chronic health conditions, including coronary heart disease, COPD, diabetes, obesity, depression, and stroke. Nearly every census tract in Reno County has an adult obesity rate above 40%, and the Community Health Needs Assessment recommends integrating food security screenings for residents with those. That is one of the services provided at Hutchrec. They do not only providing nutrition and meals, they serve about 270 meals a week at Elmdale, but they also have health screenings, physical fitness classes. The majority of that is free, with some of their classes that require a membership or some kind of, Elmdale membership. So my point is that while this spoke to kind of the logistical part of it, what it's not touching is the impact that Hutchrec in its current form has in our city. And I'm not even going to go into food insecurity and access to health care and what the impact of removing meals at Elmdale Senior Center would mean, because while the talk, and I know this isn't an action item, but while the talk in the community is, council has said that they won't cut services, there's no guarantee that every single program would carry over, that it would be fluid, that all of the employees would come, which then brings me to another point, which is I think they have like 80 employees amongst Hutchrec. So they need to find an office that is owned by the city of Hutch. We have to buy them computers. They have to be on our capers. They have to be on our health insurance, not just them, but their entire families. They go on our workers' comp. They go on all of our, they have a fleet of vehicles. We would have to have the same amount of vehicles. Those are theirs. They wouldn't necessarily become ours, is my understanding, if we absorbed Hutchrec. So logistically, this is a huge nightmare. And for anybody to say that we can do a study and easily understand if there's efficiencies, I think if, in a perfect world, if the city of Hutch absorbed Hutchrec and then things got figured out, maybe in 10 years we could be operating with efficiency. But until then, people won't have food, people won't have a place to exercise, people won't have a place to socialize, get their blood pressure checked, speak with a healthcare provider. All of the things that Hutchrec does. It's not just Pee Wee soccer on Saturday mornings and T-ball on Tuesday nights. They do a lot in our community. And I just encourage council to really take a look at this. I will share the research that I conducted regarding the Community Health Needs Assessment. This is the one from 2025, and I encourage you all to read it.
Thank you. So I kind of wanted to comment on this as well. I've had emails, phone calls with a lot of you in this room and probably a lot more that are not here. And so, thanks, Justin. That was a great presentation. Basically exactly what he told me it was going to be. And again, I didn't see this until just now. So even though I pestered him for 3 days for all this information. But anyway, so in talking to both sides of the community, all over Hutchinson, if you sent me an email, I called you. If you didn't give me your phone number, sorry, I couldn't call you. Next time, send me your phone number, I'll call you. So the way I look at it is like, okay, I feel like presentation-wise, if we want to dive deeper into this, I'm not ready to go down a study road yet at all. But I feel like getting more into the nuts and bolts of the actual financials and stuff like that, I would like to see a presentation from maybe Amy from the Hutchrec and maybe Justin from the city to see an overall view of what that would look like. This is this combined, what it would look like. That would be what I would like to see, but I'm just one person. So that's just, I'm throwing that out there just to see what the pulse of the council is, because I don't know what the next step would be from here.
I certainly would be interested in that. I'm more interested in getting the MOUs done. It sounds like there is progress, but I think maybe our money would be better spent hiring an arbitrator to get an MOU done so that we can move forward with what we agreed to and what Hutchrec has agreed to. I mean, those are my thoughts maybe before we move forward with a joint presentation. I mean, I think if we get an agreeable MOU, and, I've had people ask me, what's an MOU? And we've talked, it's a memorandum of understanding. It's like a contract for anything, like to buy a house or a car. So, and I've appreciated all the calls I've got, and many of you are in this room. We've had great conversations, and even though we may disagree on some things, we probably agree on more than you might think. So, if we're in the mood to spend money, that's where my money would go at this point.
So I asked for third-party arbitration in December, and according to previous meeting minutes, I believe also from September, Hutchrec is waiting on us to give them the MOUs, and at this point, I believe there's been some back and forth, but, Justin wasn't able to provide information on when these have been exchanged. And not only that, but it sounds like there's also more to do as far as Dillon Nature Center. So do we need to hire a third-party arbitrator? I can tell you that Mr. Richardson and myself were sent to negotiate with 2 members from the Hutchrec board, and it was absolutely not fruitful. We did not know anywhere near enough to draw a MOU from scratch that would deal with who's going to come and plunge a toilet kind of issues, like the daily operational issues that are ran into when you're operating something with toilets, but also just a huge building, multiple buildings. And I will say that there are parts of the conversation over the past couple weeks, Hutchrec's already held to an auditing standard, the same one that we are, because they're considered a, quote, municipality by the state of Kansas. So their budget and their audit process is the exact same as ours. They hold the same revenue neutral hearing rate meetings that we do. They are, they're governed under COMA and CORA, and then their audit goes through the exact same process. That being said, they also have the same discrimination laws that they have to abide to, requirements for insurance, et cetera. Really, not the only unique thing, but one of the most unique things about them is that they're not allowed to own property. So it's not like Hutchrec can just buy Fun Valley or the pool from the city. Like, they're by statute not allowed to own the property. They can manage it, they can they can do all the things, but they cannot physically own it. So some of these pass-through costs that were alluded to, it's hard to say are those are our costs because we own the building. So if there were a different party, let's say XYZ lifeguards who was contracted per MOU to manage Salt City Splash, would we require them to pay 100% of those items? The upgrades that we've done just this past couple weeks at Salt City Splash, et cetera, like that's our burden to bear because we own the properties, in my opinion. So it's hard to really give a critical eye to that one slide when there was some detail missing.
And Stacy, I have a comment. I'm sorry for you, for sending you in to that. I think that Karen and I had a conversation. Hey, we need two board members. We'll get two uninterested parties here, get the MOUs done. I failed. We tried, and that's not fair to you or John. I guess John's left. And it was just an idea to get the MOUs moving, and it did not work.
It did not. But we had fun talking about it.
Yeah.
So let me throw this out there. I guess I'm the new guy, new mayor. I'd be willing to sit down to maybe figure out that MOU, because that would save us some money because I'm free.
Well, I think to Stacy's
Mr. Mayor,
point-
can I?
To Stacy's point, I don't know that we're qualified to do that.
We're not.
Maybe
You don't have a
Justin
law
and
degree.
Tony are. Huh?
He doesn't have a law degree.
Go ahead, Darren.
Well, what I was going to suggest and volunteer is that since I'm the new Hutchrec board member, would you all allow me to work with them? I can work with Mr. Smith, our new city attorney, and see if we can get this negotiated, save money, and I'm willing to do it. The other thing I would like, and I don't want to put Miss Amy on the spot, but would you be willing to do a presentation sometime?
Yes, please.
Hi, everyone.
And the reason I'm asking is because when I got my tour,
Yes.
I learned so much.
Well, thank you.
Sorry, can you state who you are?
Yes, I will. I'm Amy Conkling. I'm the Assistant Executive Director at Hutchrec, and I am the OG of Hutchrec. I've been there for 19 years in the professional realm, so to add to credibility at all. But yes, I actually offered and reached out to Justin immediately when I saw the line item on the budget, or the agenda, excuse me, Friday afternoon, asking what the presentation was, and I offered to be a part of it. I do believe that we are experts in recreation commissions and do a really great job, so we are more than welcome to work together on that. I do think that there is value to even having Justin and Tony, as well as Nicole and myself. We are a team of 4, and we have worked together in the past, and I think having 2 on each end, as well as you, possibly one of our council members or board members, that would be most beneficial. And I would stand for any questions that you might have of me or the Rec Commission, because that's my job and my career day in and day out, and I'd love to talk about it.
So I guess the question is, to me, is like, maybe we give this one last shot with our attorney involved, et cetera, to maybe we could get this without a cost to our residents. I'm just throwing this out there. If you guys don't think it's a good idea, then we can go the other direction, so.
Which attorney?
You guys will talk, can I talk?
Yeah.
Okay, if you know me, I say what I think, and let's talk about some stuff. Now I got everybody here, and someone's trying to run us out of town, or never gonna vote us back in, but listen to what I got to say. The Hutchrec has problems. They had problems, I've been on it's a long time. They have carts out there, food carts out there at one time. They were charging the food carts money. They didn't have the right to do that. We found that out. We told them you can't do that. So there's other things that happened that the Hutchrec did that it's not good. And I'm not scared to say it. I'm a city commissioner that represents you guys and the people listening on them up here. The food carts were charged, people were getting charged for those food carts out there and getting paid to the Rec. So I'm not scared to talk to you people. Send all the emails to me, ring my phone off. I don't sleep anyway. So I'm truthful. I tell you what I think. And I'm sorry, I'm not good with names. You said I wasn't at a meeting? I was at a meeting, sir.
Well, not when I was there.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, sir.
But you.
Duke.
Yes, sir.
You have your speech, and I want
Duke.
to say my piece.
Duke.
You're through. Okay.
Thank you. No, I understand. We're not going to have any comments from
I
the...
have the right to.
If you want to make a comment, you can come up here, but not from the seat. And we're not going to get into a...
No, I apologize.
Well, I'm not going to argue, I'm just going to make statements, please.
Let's just a statement, that's all.
Okay, Mr. Garza has repeatedly put down us people.
And make sure you
at
address,
Hutchrec
make sure you address the entire council. when you talk.
And the council, I cannot say that the entire, but certain members of the council have indicated that we are racist. We don't want to come forward with anything. And I just get tired of being beat up about it. And Darren Truen and I have a good rapport, and I'd be more than willing to work with Darren on the MOUs. It's sticking in my craw too, guys, that we should be everybody on the same page. Everybody needs to be on the same page. And about the food trucks, if we have an MOU, this stuff that's the time to address this stuff. Not now. It doesn't matter now. That's it.
So in regards to the food trucks, that was remedied within 24 hours of us reaching out to Hutchrec and saying, hey, we feel this is improper. You can stop the timer, by the way. The other thing is that under the concessions MOU, which is built into Salt City Splash and Fun Valley, they do have a right to earn a profit on the concessions, and in their mind that was a similar thing, or that was the same thing. And I'm not trying to speak for Hutchrec, but my understanding, because I took probably 25 phone calls about this, I remember it very well. They fixed it immediately, and essentially Paul and Rico said, I can see how they came to this conclusion based on the concessions MOU, because they are allowed to build in a profit to any food sales. So I don't think that that's something that we can look to for a point in history and say, oh, they're really screwing up, because they fixed it immediately.
So I just want to pull this back, because this is a discussion about the business side of what we're looking at with the Hutchrec. So just hold on 2 seconds. So it's something that we need to decide if we want to have Darren and the attorney proceed forward with working on the MOUs.
Yeah, which attorney? Paul seems busy with, there you go.
Volunteer Cody, okay, there we go. So I think it's something we need to do, because I just think there's a lot of muddied waters that we need to get through. And I know there's some frustration on both sides. And so I just feel like that might be the best step forward. Thanks for bringing up the MOUs, Greg, because I think that's very important. I should have brought that up sooner, but I'm just trying to keep this momentum moving positively to where we can professionally move forward in navigating this situation. And that's what I'm after.
I don't want to set us up for failure again.
I don't either. I want to give it kind of a timeline. If we can't get to there by that point, then we need to look at another option.
Can I please finish? Okay?
Yes.
All right. Another thing there, during the rod run, there's some other things that were going on in the rod run. They happen to take money from the rod run. They're not here. I don't know why those people didn't come, but we take the complaints. We're the ones in the seats that take the complaints. I coached at the rec for 30-some years. I love the rec. I don't want the rec to go anywhere. It would be crazy, just like I said, guys. It would be crazy if the rec goes. We don't want the rec to go, and if it does happen, I'm in favor of the survey. Like I said before, if it comes out everything's good, then it's good. Well, I had citizens come to me, like that young man up there when I see me on TV there, saying that he wants to do it. I represent everybody. If you come to me and say you want to have this checked out, we're going to check it out. But my problem is this. like the young lady here, Ms. Goss said that they did it anyway. It was still done. Even if they did it once, it's wrong. And that's my concern. I think the Hutchrec is great. I coached there 33 years. I think it's great, but there's some stuff we have to find out. That's my opinion. You can run me out of town, I don't care, but I'm going to represent you guys. I'm going to represent everybody. And I'm going to say what I think. I'm going to say what I think.
Not at the moment, sorry.
So I'm going to say what I think. And I have to stick up for what I think. And I think that has to be brought up, and you guys have to know that. Oh, I think the Hutchrec is great. They have the great things they have on there, but you have to know other things that I get phone calls on. And we've had phone calls. So that's my opinion, and I'm a commissioner that represents you guys. If you don't like what I say, I'm on my last 2 years, I'm still going to be saying, and when I become a citizen, I'm going to come up there and say what I think, guys. This has happened. So, I mean, and if they want to come up here and blast me, go for it. I'm a commissioner. I get blasted all the time. I work at the prison, guys. I got the guards on my back all the time. Not on my back questioning what I say. So thank you, Mayor.
Thanks.
I have one remark. So in listening to, as Mr. Combs made a comment of at the very beginning of his presentation, that this was all kicked off by one person's comments. So in listening to the remarks of everybody who spoke in our public comment, so one of the themes that I heard was blight. And we can look to the Love Where You Live survey, some of the surveys that we've done as well as our strategic plan. And blight is an issue, and it's something, and if you'll give me some grace, you'll figure out where I'm going with this. So blight is an issue. It's something that we're attacking with our strategic plan. It's literally the next agenda item here. And when we take money to do something like advocate for a study, which a conservative estimate of mine would be that it's about $40,000. That's probably on the low end. Like we talked about last time, professional services are expensive, so it's probably going to be more like $60,000. But $40,000 is 1/8 of a mil for the city. That would be almost one person's salary here. That could potentially get us another person working in the code enforcement to help with blight and to help with inspections and that sort of thing. Buy new software that maybe our staff needs. So, you know, the $40,000 or the cost of a study, just for a study's sake, I have no desire of spending money in that regard. I think that we have a council. This is our job to do stuff like that. The total Hutchrec budget is like $3 million. And to say that this council isn't able to evaluate something as complicated or as expensive as that, I take issue with, because even just our appropriations tonight was $2.1 million. Last month it was 2.4. So we are making decisions like this every single meeting in regards to $3 million. So we should be able to evaluate $3 million as a council.
So I just need direction on where you guys want to go. Do you want to give it like 60 days to see what we can get figured out in that point? And we can be in contact with people after this meeting, proceed forward with that. I just need direction on how you guys want to go forward.
60 days on what?
Talking about the MOUs
Okay.
with Justin and the rec and.
How much you gonna give it before we do the vote if we go on with this or not?
Well, this isn't a vote. This is no action item. This is basically,
I understand.
we're basically just trying to get this MOU across the finish line. And so right now it's stalled out. And so it was just to try and figure that out, kind of what we were talking about before we looked at it as a joint presentation from both entities. So that the direction I'm looking for is going, okay, we'll look at the MOU. What's the timeline? And that's what I need to know, is kind of the direction you guys want to go with that.
I think if we can try 60 days, and I'll work with the board and with Justin and.
See, you guys are just ignoring it. what happened?
So this is not an action item, and I feel like your straw poll here is borderline an action item, if council would like to weigh in.
You did say it was just going to be a discussion.
Okay. Well, then I guess we just need to leave the discussion, and I guess we'll figure out what to do on the next council agenda, whether it's going to be an action item or not. So that's where I guess we're done with that discussion then.
Okay.
So, you have a comment?
I have a question.
We're not gonna answer a question. You got comments. You can comment.
Well, I'll make a comment.
Come to the podium and make a comment.
Can you put this map back up there?
Hold on.
There you go. Is that the one you want? Yeah. You know, I'm not into the government and stuff, but that's fixing to change. I'm gonna start paying attention more about what's going on around here. I've lived here since 1958. And I look at this map and I see we got 308 in the center of it all. Then we have these other school districts, and I believe they're all in Reno County. So why are we stopping at the city of Hutchinson to take a look at this problem we have with funding on everybody's part and get the county to buy into this and start supporting the Hutchrec and getting our tax money a little bit into the Hutchrec from the county-wide instead of stopping at the city? Are we going to disclude or not let these kids from these school districts come to the Hutchrec because they don't live in the city limits, but we're going to give them, their parents and everybody, free ride? That alone right there, I can't believe that you guys are even messing with this. This looks like a county issue to me. So that's what I got to say.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I had one more thing to say.
Okay.
All right. Also, we had 4 people that called us as we're going to come up and speak to what I said that happened to them. Do you know they got threatened by their jobs? They called me individually, said I can't come because my boss said to back off. I don't know what the heck is going on, but we had 4 people come up here that wanted to testify to back what I said. But you know, those 4 people backed off. Those 4 people said, my boss says leave it alone. So I am not by myself. But I'm not scared to stick up. I'm not scared to stick up. Now I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody need to take a recess before we go into the next one? Oh, sorry, one more comment?
One more comment.
Okay. State your name and address again, sorry.
Matthew's Store at 103 Kansas Avenue. Still a lot of fear being talked about, a lot of unanswered questions, a lot of people that are talking about things that we are frustrated. The information that is being brought up tonight is intended to make people afraid of what's going to happen if no action is taken. Well, I think that no action is the correct action, as the Hutchrec has proven itself through years and years and years of service to our community. And because of blemishes that individuals here decided that they wanted to bring up and not have any kind of other comments other than nothing negative, nothing positive comes from few members here. Multiples of you are actually talking positively about the wreck. Now, some of you will say, oh, it's not going to go away, or there's not going to be bad things happening. Yet every other thing that you'd say is a criticism of a beloved part of our community. Stand up with us, because we're not going to stand here with you.
Thank you. Okay, so do you guys need a break before we go into the next?
I have one more question before we take a break.
more
Has it might be two, might be 9, but we'll get there. Has a study already been contracted with any third party by you or by any staff member?
No.
Can you speak to that?
Justin Combs again. Has a study been contracted?
Contracted, discussed with, worked out? I don't know what you.
Yeah, so not contracted, no. After the original discussion, I did reach out to Wichita State. The direction was it's worth looking into doing a study, so I did contact Wichita State School of, so it's a PPMC, Public Policy Management Center. I did reach out to them on what a study could potentially look like, yes. But nothing has been, we talked very high level what scope would look like. Didn't have a lot of direction at that point other than it's worth looking into. So I wanted to be able to answer the question if it came up, because we were asked it's something to look into.
And that was me that asked that question about, like, if the study's going to come up on our agenda at some point, I want to know what the cost is. So that was just me inquiring to go, so when that happens, you're ready. So that's.
So you were provided a scope of a study, a cost of an estimate of a study. What were you provided in that conversation?
Yes, we were provided a really, really broad scope, not a lot of detail, just because we weren't sure what it would look like. There just wasn't enough discussion around it. And at that point, with that really large scope, the quote was $51,000. So you were very close.
So a really large scope, but a very specific dollar figure.
Yeah, and I think that, again, it doesn't sound like that's the path we're going to go down, but if we do go down that path, I think there's room to negotiate that scope down differently, because the question was so broad at the time, and the conversation was so fresh, it was hard to narrow in on exactly what would be investigated in the study. So.
And is that something that would go out for RFP?
Because it's professional services, our policy does not require RFPs on it.
So is that something that you have the authority to enter into a contract with them without clear direction from council?
Doesn't that require council approval?
Yeah.
You just said it doesn't.
Well, there's not a policy one way or the other. I mean, because it's not a budgeted item, generally those items would come to council for approval. If it's a budgeted item, even if it's above, any money threshold, as long as it's in the budget, yes, then we do have the authority to move forward with it. I'm speaking above my pay grade here a little bit on, so I may need help from Paula.
We enter into engineering contracts frequently that exceed. We don't have like you said, we don't have a threshold that says this amount has to come to council approval, which is kind of what I was getting at with the travel policy. We lack like a clear definition of saying, okay, anything that comes out of this or is this specific services has to go out for RFP, et cetera. So professional services like this study or like engineering, directors have some discretion there of whether or not they want to commission a study or have a third-party engineering done, stuff like that. Where does it stand with Wichita State? Have you entered into any type of agreement with them?
No, just received a proposal from them.
Okay.
That's it.
Does the proposal have a deadline for you to reply?
I don't believe so. I didn't. If they put a 60-day or 30-day, which is typical, I did not catch it. So I don't have it printed in front of me, so I don't know.
Any more questions?
Well, because this is not an action item, we can't give him direct feedback to not pursue that, but, so.
Historically, we would not approve something that was unbudgeted, that was that significant, without approval of council. I mean, that's something just internally we would not do as staff. Now, I can't point to a policy that says that's how we have to operate. As long as I've been here, there's never been anything like that that we would have done, even though technically we have the authority.
I would think like a
hot topic like this, we would never do that.
I would never do that.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, let's recess for, let's take a 5-minute recess. Come back here at like 8:06.
Item 7C, moratorium discussion.
Is this my presentation as well? Okay. There are two draft moratoriums in the packet. Has everybody read them?
What page are they on? Sorry.
Oh, that's a good question.
They're like,
What's that?
I think they're like 93. They're the,
Yeah.
towards
Okay.
the end.
Sorry.
Yeah, 90, 97. They're close to the end. Would it be possible do you need a copy, Greg? You have it
I'm looking
digitally?
for it.
Would it be possible for someone to make a copy for Garza?
Hey, while we're sitting here for a minute, we used to have a deal where you put the page number of every item. Can we start doing that again, so it's
Yeah.
easier to find?
Click on the,
Mr. Mayor, I can go to my computer if you want to give those to Garza.
Oh.
There,
Oh,
we
well.
got it.
And then I'll
There
get
you go.
copies when Paul gets back.
Okay.
if you click on the bookmark on the left side of your.
Oh, it'll take me there.
you-
Okay.
And you can click on each item individually.
Oh, I'm not really computer.
It is helpful to know, though, if you're viewing from home or if you're viewing on a mobile device, that feature doesn't always work. But, okay, so page 97. So, I want to provide some context and set some expectations. So again, this is a discussion item, not an action item, and I want to be transparent with the council and the residents who are here. I do not believe that it would be appropriate to take formal action on this, simply because this is our first time reading it, and this is something that I believe deserves quite a bit of attention, as it has dominated the conversation in the community for a couple of weeks or months now at this point. So this is truly just a procedural question of whether or not a moratorium is an appropriate mechanism that would give us the time and the structure to act responsibly on the matter. So that is the only question on the table. We are not debating the broader merits or risks of benefits or whatnot of data centers, hyperscalers, or battery energy storage systems. Those are important conversations, and they will have their time and place, but they are not the subject of this particular agenda item. So I want to keep that distinction at the front of everyone's mind. The moratorium itself is a fairly benign procedural tool, and I look forward to a productive and narrow in scope discussion. So that being said, with these two moratoriums, they're essentially very similar to each other. And I drafted these in February, so I might be a little fuzzy on why I wrote two instead of one. But regardless, in the first section, this gives us the power and the authority, recognizes our power and authority to do so, which is we have home rule. They both provide definitions as far as what is a data center, hyperscaler, or BESS, which is a battery or energy storage system. Those distinctions are important as we talk further into the prohibition. So the main goal of the moratorium is it's essentially a ban for a very short period of time to prohibit negotiations and agreements, which would be incentive agreements, letters of intent, contracts, sales of land, or any type of negotiation with any entity that's associated with any one of these defined things. That being said, it would also prohibit essentially us working through a third party to accomplish those same goals. And then I have built in some pretty standard transparency safeguards, if you will, a first read and a second read, a required public hearing, as well as a published notice. The goal is that while the moratorium is in place, essentially it is not the council who is doing the work of adopting the zoning or considering the zoning. That would fall to city staff, planning and zoning commissions, and kind of group work between those groups from other cities in the county as well. But council is essentially not taking that up. The goal would be that we are delivered a finished product at the end of the moratorium, or we have the opportunity to extend it, of course. But when we lift the moratorium, the goal would be that we have zoning in place with feedback from our residents, and also with the safeguards that the first and second read, and then the published notice. There would be absolutely no way that lifting the moratorium would fly under the radar, if you will. Lifting the moratorium would require a supermajority to rescind it, and then there's no emergency enactment. So by no definition would you be able to say, I'm going to override this because it's an emergency. And like I said, that I'm not, I wrote this in February, so I'm not really sure why there's two. They might be the exact same now that I'm looking at them, but there was something that was different. I'd have to dive into it, but I will stand for questions.
Council, questions, comments?
Question. On this moratorium means that we can't work if a data center wants to come here, not to say we are, don't get excited, but we can't even work on it and check on it, right? Is that what that keeps us from doing anything?
Correct.
Can we give direction to staff to get busy with zoning for data centers and maybe conditional use permits, or an overlay for the city of Hutch that says, similar to what we did at 36 Monroe, you know, I just, and again, I know you're not asking for any.
Yeah, so this is just a discussion, so something like giving staff guidance or direction on what to go and do over the next coming weeks really isn't sticking to the heart of this. Is just a discussion. So
okay,
that is something that we could provide that guidance at a future meeting, or if you wanted to amend the agenda and draft or create an action item, that would be up to you. But this is just a discussion. But yes, at a future meeting, giving staff that guidance would be.
okay. I'll do that at a
Are we
future
allowed to
meeting.
ask staff questions? Matt, can I?
Yeah, good evening, Matt Williams, Director of Community Development.
So I guess my question is what do we have in place right now if a data center would come to town, buy land from a private developer, and decide to set up? What ordinances, what, procedures do we have that we can still control what they can and can't do?
Right, so when a new land use is proposed for a piece of property, usually that would come in when somebody's getting a building permit. Then our permit techs would look at that land use to make sure it goes along with the zoning. So our zoning regulations list several different land uses. So they list the land use and they say what zoning district those are allowed in. We don't have one for data centers. So what the zoning regulations does allow for is the zoning administrator, which is me, to determine which land use that we do categorize as most similar to a data center. So in kind of preparing for this, I put together a few of those options. Anything from a small data center that's part of a large office complex that's really primarily an accessory use to that office complex, we would probably categorize as an office and be permitted in commercial and industrial areas. If it's a large data center with substantial infrastructure housed in a large industrial type building, kind of a hyperscale, it would be my understanding, we would probably categorize that as storage and warehouse, and that would be permitted in the C3, well, it'd be permitted in a couple of commercial districts, but primarily industrial. And then if we're talking about battery energy storage systems or other smaller, different types of data centers that are housed in like storage units out on a property, we'd probably categorize that as outdoor storage that would only be allowed in industrial zoning districts. So we don't have anything specific to data centers, and we definitely could. We could require a conditional use for all data centers, but because we don't have anything specific now, it would kind of fall under one of these other categories.
I don't understand this. What he says, we can't do anything. A moratorium to me means that you can't do anything. You can't negotiate with a data center. Not that I like data centers. I don't know too much. I gotta do some research on this data center. But I do know one thing. I went to Washington DC and I sat up some classes for data centers for 2 days. And I learned about data centers. I'm not saying I'm going for it, but I got a little educated on data centers while I was up there. That's why we went up there, to look at different things in the country that's coming up. And of course, we went to DC, talked to other states, other cities there while I was there, and learned about data centers, learned about the water and so forth. I'm not trying to make a problem, but I don't understand a moratorium. And the councilman over here just said we can work on the land, getting land. Am I right? Still?
My information was how we would handle a data center today, which would be different than if the moratorium was approved. Then we would put a pause on data centers while we figured out new zoning regulations.
Because right now, if a data center came, or one of the data center hyperscaler or BESS came to you and said, hey, we believe BESS would be outdoor storage, you would say, okay, great, here's where you can go. And you would fit wherever that fits. You said industrial.
Right.
So I-1, 2, and 3 would be appropriate. Those are all over town. We just changed right next to the downtown district, the one we did 2 weeks ago. So we have I-2 on 2nd Street. We have I-3 out at the industrial park. So to say that right now, like I said at the meeting 2 weeks ago, like by right, a data center, hyperscaler, or BESS could literally open its doors in the middle of town, right next to residential, right next to a restaurant, to a church, to a park, whatever. And I'm not saying that they don't have that right, because, I mean, maybe we are able to do more research and we find an appropriate zone for them to operate within. But right now, there isn't one, and they could go wherever. So commercial is even more, there's even more commercial plats throughout town. And as long as they didn't require a replat and they didn't require a conditional use permit, that's something that council and the public would never know about, correct?
Correct. Right now, for example, the BESS, if I classified it as outdoor storage, which requires industrial, that would be permitted by right. And if they found industrial property, they could install it without that coming to Planning Commission or City Council. I think it'd be important to say that those industrial districts also would allow heavy manufacturing and other very industrial type uses. That's why we have zoning. We've already determined that those properties are appropriate for that industrial zoning. That's why it would be by right. I think we would benefit from other communities all around the country going through this process. So they are looking at what the best zoning for data centers is. So we'd benefit from all of that knowledge that other communities are gathering. There's definitely different ways you could do it. You could require any condition. You could require any data center to require conditional use. So anytime somebody wanted to put a data center anywhere, it would require Planning Commission, City Council approval. You could limit it to certain zoning districts. You could put even more regulations on top, saying that it has to be so many feet away from a property line, so many feet away from residential. You could really go all out with different regulations.
How soon could you get that done through the planning and zoning and all of that? I mean, if that's the road we were going down, how long would that take?
I think if staff were to go through that process, I think there's a lot of data out there already that we would want to probably bring the topic to Planning Commission, discuss it, maybe have an open house where we get community's input on, what do you think the regulations should be? I could imagine a couple-month process that would culminate in city council approving regulations that the community feels are most appropriate.
There's something else that I want to point out, which is, so my beef with the county task force aside, we need a legitimate task force that brings South Hutch and county and all of our planning staff and planning commissions together, because if we adopt a code, and I'm going to make up some numbers here, if we adopt a code that says no best data center hyperscaler within 500 feet of a home or of a residential well, for instance, our zone or our code only applies within the city limits. So looking specifically at the edge of town or in an island annexed area, if there's something out in the county, we don't know what's out there, and we're not responsible to notify them or to take into consideration whatever their situation would be. So the county would have to adopt some type of code that mirrors ours, and then South Hutch would also have to adopt something. Any other city that we're sharing ETJ or boundaries with would have to adopt the same code, or at least come to some kind of an agreement in order for the rules to really blend well at the city limits. And if they don't, and we adopt whatever we want with no consideration for what South Hutch and what the county are going to do, it doesn't feel like we're really being good neighbors in that regard.
So I've talked to counties around us, and so more of the counties are laying the moratoriums out there than the actual cities. Like if you talk to Newton, they don't technically have a moratorium in the city, but Harvey County has one. You get up to Salina, same thing. It's not Salina, it's the county. So I'm trying to figure out too, I think some of the importance of that task force is to make sure we set those moratoriums in relation to the county and the city. And I think that's why, in discussions I've had, it's kind of why the moratoriums are happening more in the county than the city. So I'm just kind of throwing it out there. Even like there's a lot of moratoriums basically county-based. There's Kingman County has one. Sedgwick County's kind of kind of comes and goes.
And Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, but if the county were to put a moratorium in, it would not necessarily apply to the city.
It would not.
It would not, okay.
Sedgwick County is different because the city and the county have a joint planning department land use. So usually they stick with the same rules, but if Reno County put a moratorium in, it would not impact.
It would not. I did not realize that. So I was just looking at stuff around us. I'm like, okay, so they have those. Why would that not apply to us if the county does? So that's good to know. I did not know that.
And I'm talking with folks from South Hutch, the way that their zoning is currently, they don't have any zones that would be an acceptable use for any of those three defined things. So they wouldn't necessarily need a moratorium in order to buy them time because they're essentially already living in one. But the way that our zoning is defined or not defined, we don't have that same situation. So that's why a moratorium would address that issue for us.
Paul, I don't know.
And everything.
Sorry, are you done?
You're fine. The home rule is the biggest factor.
Question for you, Paul. So moratorium, the way I understand it is, once it goes to planning and zoning, we could even still enforce a moratorium at that point to figure out the actual regulations. Is that correct? That's what I've been reading, that moratoriums don't have to be placed. When you get to like the planning and zoning part of it, you can actually put a moratorium at that point.
Yeah, but you can also tailor the moratorium for what you want to limit.
Okay.
And so you could make that exception in there. We're not going to limit what the Planning and Zoning Commission does.
Okay. I knew there was some parameters on that we have a little give on that, so we don't have to go, the moratorium set for, 2 years and whatever, so.
To piggyback off that, Paul, if we did not put a moratorium in place and just waited until to see if we were to get let's say we don't put the moratorium in place, we work on zoning regulations, and then at some point somebody applies for a building permit for a data center. we could hold that building permit. Council at that point could put a moratorium in if they wished to, without approving that building permit.
You could, but if you start treating people differently who submit those building permit applications, you could subject the city to suit because they're getting disparate treatment.
I also think that that would not be a good public relations move, that we waited until the last minute when we already have a CUP on the table, and then we're like, oh, hey, no, we're actually going to do a moratorium when we had the option to do it all along. If I were a company that was looking for a city to invest in, that wouldn't feel like that was really negotiating in good faith.
So I was going to say, I'm not saying waiting. I'm not saying that. We're talking about our codes and regulations to make sure those are in place. Because there's a lot of things even too that, like, if you don't tailor it the correct way, they could go, well, that's not in place. So I just want to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row too before we set a moratorium in place, to make sure we eliminated somebody because we put something in that they could have. Because a lot of these data centers and hyperscalers, they're all about design. I mean, there's data centers in the middle of the desert use no water. There's data centers in Louisiana pull it out of the swamp. So it's just kind of I want to make sure we don't cut somebody out of the loop that would be a good thing here. I mean, that's why I'm kind of going a little bit more cautious. So I think you have probably some good intel for us too.
Evan Patterson, city engineer. I did want to comment that, particularly with respect to large data centers, I understand the concern about someone moving in, but we have other elements of the process that will slow down a data center moving in. Any big data center is going to require a lot of water and power, and the city is very much part of the water discussion of that. So the actual planning of any utility extension to a data center is not only is it going to take a certain amount of time, but it has to go through the city before it's approved. And we have a little more leeway on that process than we do perhaps Matt's processes. So I understand if you guys want to head down the path of moratorium, but we do have other things in place that can help slow this down if you choose not to do a moratorium as well. Battery energy storage, a little different story because not the same kind of requirements there. So that one, there are NFPA standards out there. I think I let my NFPA membership lapse, but it's like, I think 855 that applies to battery energy storage. So maybe that's something applicable to adding to the city code, some other things like that.
So I want to ask you a question about that.
Sure.
So the county adopted in 2016, they adopted some of the NFPA regulations.
Okay.
For zoned parts of the county. So my understanding of part of the zoning conversation, the planning and zoning conversation, is that we should also adopt the current NFPA standards as a safeguard, because if they're ever rolled back at the federal level, at least our standards would still be, like the 2025 standards or what have you. I don't know what order they go in.
There's
sorry. So that's one way that we would be able to protect ourselves in that regard. And I feel like we're kind of getting into the weeds, not really talking about the true point of the moratorium. But those are the kind of things that take time, and we need to look at what other cities are doing, what's the appropriate NFPA to list, and the likelihood of things being repealed also. So yeah, you jogged my memory with that. Thank you.
Yep. No, I agree. I don't feel that we have necessarily the same other design considerations with respect to city utilities for battery energy storage that we would with a data center. And so that's probably, and when Aaron and I lived in Phoenix, there were a number of cases of battery energy storage facilities that caught fire, and so it's very much something we were aware of.
And I understand that we have processes in place that naturally would take time. I mean, anytime you're going to build something, there's considerations and engineering and whatnot to go through. And this is no different, and I think the complexity yields to it naturally being a longer timeline. But all of that happens behind the scenes and the public isn't aware of it. So
That
the
is true.
point of the moratorium is that it would prohibit that process from starting behind the scenes without the public's input, without, et cetera. I mean, it would basically just be a pause on all of these things.
Sure.
From even starting, getting off the ground.
Now, so it's not uncommon for interested parties to call and ask for information about our utilities. Are we able to provide that information? Because it's not really working with them necessarily, and some of that's public information. So that's maybe something that's still okay.
I think that would be something for you guys and council to kind of chew over these drafts and see, because if they're written in a way that you guys think would keep you from even answering questions, that's not the intent. We're not closed for business, but what we are trying to do is pause and listen to the residents, and really have a conversation about the long-term planning. So I think that would be something that could be included in a future conversation.
Okay.
I don't know that it's included in this draft.
That was all I had to comment and question about.
Thank you, Evan. Any more comments from the council?
The only thing I would say is, and I guess we can't make a decision now, but I would like for staff to start looking into what we need, but I know we can't really give that
right
tonight, so.
I will say that planning and zoning has already started down the path of having this conversation. I believe it came up at the last meeting based on the feedback I received from them after that meeting, so.
And I will say, your comment about the task force, again, there was not a whole lot discussed there, but that was one thing between the three entities, is that we all need to work together, and I'm not sure when the county plans to have a next meeting. I have not heard anything, so we did discuss that maybe we need to have all three full bodies like we did you guys did last year, and maybe do that more on a regular basis, and I think that would be good, so.
Any other comments? Comments from the public?
Chris Link, 3506 North Lorraine. Thank you guys for all the work you guys do. Again, I appreciate it. These are long, arduous meetings, and appreciate what you guys do. First thing is, from my understanding, data centers don't do anything illegal. So I don't think this body should be involved in approving or disapproving. And I don't think citizens should have a say in what businesses do or don't do unless it's illegal. I think a more proper role for this body would be to ensure fair business practices, and if a complaint is lodged, the proper entity investigates and takes action if necessary. Secondly, this body has talked multiple times about bringing businesses to Hutch. This seems a bit hypocritical to restrict, regulate, scare away any future business that might come here. We have a lot of regulations that I think are unnecessary, and I don't think it's the business of the government to be in private citizens or businesses' affairs unless something is illegal or being misrepresented by that company. Lastly, just want to make a comment to the public that we should not be asking our civil magistrate to be doing things they ought not to do. That is an issue out there. We're asking them to provide services that the government has no right to do. It's the church, family, businesses to be doing that. And then data centers, the little research I've done, can bring in money and jobs, but one thing to be cautioned about is if there's no provision between the business and the landowner or the utility company and data centers, that utility bills typically rise because of power usage. If they're not paying for their own power, that is one thing to be cautious about. But that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Deborah Tufel, 1 Tanglewood Lane. I'm the president of the Hutchinson Reno County Chamber of Commerce, so I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Chamber and our Greater Hutch Economic Development Division. One of the things that we hosted an event on March 11th to educate the public, but also offer an opportunity for questions and answers from some experts in the field about data centers. And we had speakers there from our Kansas Department of Commerce, from Evergy, the utility partner that would most likely serve a data center in our community, and also from a couple of data center developers and their perspectives, a small developer and kind of a medium and large scale developer, and then one of our suppliers in the community that do supply a product into data centers that are being built around the country. And I hope that was a good educational opportunity. I think many of you attended, many from our county attended. It was held in the middle of the day, but we had over 100 people there that were interested in the topic and asking the right questions. And I think that's the important thing, is to have a good dialogue as a community about what we want and also what regulations that we need to have in place. Because there are factors about data centers. There's a lot of information that you can find on the internet. There's also a lot of misinformation. But one of the things that we learned from the experts that were there at the podium were talking about the types of projects that have been looking at Kansas. Kansas has been a little bit behind the curve when it comes to data center development.
I don't believe this is in regards to the merits of a moratorium.
Well, I'll just speak to the topic of the moratorium that came up during that event, and that came from Paul Hughes with the Kansas Department of Commerce, and he did address the moratorium topic. His opinion, as kind of the front line of economic development for our state, was that moratoriums are not the right tool, that they actually make communities look weak. That doesn't discourage regulation. Actually working with your planning and zoning to study this and put proper regulation in place around noise, around water conservation, around utility connections, around setbacks, and around landscaping help protect the neighbors and the community around all of those factors. And so from a chamber and economic development perspective, we would just encourage you to take that advice from our partners at the state that moratoriums do have a tendency to put a halt to others that are looking at your community as an opportunity to invest. And the main thing we want to do is keep our doors open for business in Hutchinson and attract investment here. There are many upsides, and we don't need to get into those. We can do that at another opportunity, but specifically the moratorium topic came up there. We've actually been sitting in on a lot of conference calls with site selectors around the country, and just today, Dee Dee Caldwell with GLS hosted a data center and AI symposium online. She had some experts on there, and their words were, moratoriums show weakness across the board, and that communities that lean into embracing data centers will thrive. So what I would encourage is leaning into the things that your staff are doing from planning and zoning perspective to look at regulations. To date, any developer or data center speculator that has looked at our community, we have only encouraged to look at I-3 zoning. We would not encourage them to go into other zoning categories. Now, that doesn't speak to BESS, it doesn't speak to the other things that Matt Williams brought up. But as far as the data centers that have currently inquired with our community, I would only encourage them to go into I-3 zoning where you do have some of those protections, and then add an overlay with data center regulation through a study process. So that would be my encouragement to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to point out that Paul Hughes does not work for the Department of Commerce. He resigned in 2023, and he is actually a registered lobbyist.
Okay, thanks for pointing that out. Any other comments?
Rachel Shannon, 215 West 12th. I would just say that I am in strong support of a moratorium. I don't know the exact form or the length of the moratorium in place, but I think that it should be concerning that over 80% of the new data centers and or proposed data centers in Virginia, which is a major hub of data centers, were done with an NDA, and the public didn't have opportunity to know about everything that happens behind the closed doors. Councilmember Goss pointed that out. And I think that it would allow us an opportunity to create those safeguards and work with our zoning and planning if tailored appropriately And we could look to other communities, including those that have created community benefit agreements with data centers regarding what those restrictions would have to be and the things that they would have to follow. But if we don't allow for some breathing room, like we can't even come to an MOU within a reasonable period of time, I don't know how we're going to be able to develop an actual set of criteria and workable safeguards in a very short period of time, which would allow us to accept interest in data centers in our community and allow that without having some kind of stopgap in place. When I understand for the large scale maybe, but we talked about the BES not even having that as a protection right now. And that should be concerning to all of us. And so, I mean, I personally, not on topic tonight, but I'm not proposing or proponent of data centers, but if we are going to have them in our community, I think that we absolutely need to have safeguards, and to guarantee that citizens have a voice at the table and have those safeguards in place, that moratorium would allow that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Moving on, next item, Mary.
Item number 8, public hearing. Public hearing to consider condemnation of unsafe and dangerous structures, 913 East Fifth Avenue, 404 West Fifth Avenue, 201 North Waldron Street, 113 West Avenue B, and 827 East First Avenue.
I need a motion to open this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Bruin?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Magers?
Yes.
Good evening, City Council. Jason Lady, building official. So tonight I bring my staff report along with a resolution and tonight a hearing regarding these 5 residential structures for condemnation hearing. So staff's recommendation tonight is the City Council consider adopting the resolution as presented, establishing orders for repair or demolition of the structures deemed unsafe and dangerous by the city's building official at the following locations. As they were aforementioned, 913 East Fifth Avenue, 404 West Fifth Avenue, 201 North Waldron Street, 113 West Avenue B, and 827 East First Avenue. At its regular meeting on March 3rd, 2026, the City Council approved and adopted Resolution 2026 R06, setting a public hearing for today, April 21st, 2026. And the purpose of this hearing is to consider evidence as presented by city staff, the condition of certain structures as identified above, and the justification for declaring the structures to be unsafe and dangerous. Public notices have been sent regarding this hearing via certified mail to each owner. The structures in question have been subject to ongoing property maintenance issues, including but not limited to structural deterioration, roof and wall instability, open or unsecured access points, and code violations related to health, safety, and habitability. So our analysis is that these buildings have been deteriorating for years. They've been in severe disrepair. They've just presented a blighting influence on the community. We've had several board ups on multiple of these, and as far as squatters and things like that are concerned, which I presented at the last council meeting. So we'll get into how we kind of measure these, and what we look at is obviously the deteriorated buildings that we're looking at, but aligning with the comprehensive plan as well, and supporting the key goals as related to community appearance, safety, and reinvestment. So these align with strategic objective 4, interest in investment in gateways to the community and neighborhoods south of 17th. This action also positions the department to better support the community priorities identified in Reno County housing need assessments. So again, it is my recommendation tonight that the City Council consider adopting the resolution as presented, establishing orders for the repair or demolition of the structures deemed unsafe and dangerous by the city's building official. So I'll get into my presentation. And we'll just go through each one of these here. This is 913 East 5th Avenue. There's the property owner there. The property owner is deceased. This is in the hands of a trust. So the owner's, like I said, is deceased. The certified letters for enforcement were sent to the trust as well. So letters were verified as delivered. Staff has had no communication with anybody at this time. So the residence is currently vacant. A PMC was open on 1/8/2024. There's the case number. There have been 3 property maintenance violations since 2014. You can see that this property has had a significant structure fire. It was boarded up in 2024. There are no active utilities, and the taxes are paid to date on this property. And I can either stand for any questions as we go through each property or at the end. That's your call.
I'm sorry, one question I have.
Yeah.
Are these all the same ones that we talked about last time?
Yes, that we.
So none of them have been removed?
These are the ones we talked about at the, what did I say, March.
So this was the earlier conversation?
So this is the March 3rd ones. This is
Okay.
a second set of 5.
Okay.
So we have the first set of 5. None of the first set of 5 have been removed because
Okay.
the owners have 60 days. We've mailed those notices that we had the hearing. They've been ordered to repair or demo those. So we've mailed those notices out.
Okay.
So we're on a second set of 5.
I was just seeing if anybody had taken them, they'd been moved off yet, or, any resolutions to those, so that's all I was
No,
asking, so.
no, they have 60 days for those from our last meeting. Yep.
Do you know who's paying the taxes? Are those being paid through the trust?
I do not. I don't have that answer right now.
Do you know if this was probated after Mr. Enriquez passed away?
I do not know that as well.
Mayor, allow me to interject. Jason, isn't this the house that we're holding the insurance proceeds on to demo it?
We do have some insurance proceeds on this one. And so we would use
what do you
that
mean by
money
that?
to demo it in the event that we do demo the property, then we would use those insurance proceeds to demo it instead of coming out of the city's budget.
And who signed those over to us?
The fire proceeds come automatically from the insurance company, so we hold
Oh,
a certain.
okay.
So we hold a certain percentage in the event of a fire. The city holds a certain percentage of the proceeds.
Oh, my house never burned down, so I
Yeah,
didn't know that.
we have, I don't know, a number of probably 10 houses right now, somewhere like that in the city that we're holding proceeds on.
And are, not related to this, are some of those other houses making progress on repairs and toward repairs or demo?
The ones that are currently on the list today, no.
No, the ones that we're currently holding insurance proceeds on?
No.
Okay.
No. So this is 404 West 5th. So, again, staff has made attempts to contact the owner with no response, and I say that lightly because I'll go over a few things in just a few minutes. So we really I have not had personal contact with this owner. However, staff did receive a phone call yesterday stating that the owner was going to power wash and paint and replace the windows. So there was some activity out on the site today. I believe they were out there painting the front of this house. I did not make my way out there myself, so we're gonna follow up on that in the coming days. But this, as far as the property condition is concerned, the residence has been vacant since 2018. We've had a case on this since 2025. There was 3 property maintenance violations since 2021. The owner did do a roof permit, which the work was completed. That's a brand-new roof on the house in 2025. We also did a board up in 2025. There's been no activity or no active utilities on this structure since 2018, and the taxes are again paid to date. So like I said, there is a new roof, there is some activity on this. I did receive an email from my permit technician that said the owner called in, stated they're gonna power wash, they're gonna paint, then they're gonna put windows in this. So that's the extent of what I know about the house right now. Whether they make it viable to live in for the remainder of the house, I don't know anything about the condition of the interior of the house, but, you know, really, a big portion of this right now is this house has pretty strong bones to it. So, I mean, for them to go forward and, you know, put a new roof on it and paint it and put new windows, doors, whatever they're going to do to it, I think that just takes away from, you know, the detraction of having that blighting influence of a boarded up building sitting there. So, and they'll have to get the permits for the windows as well. So.
Do you know if the
Go ahead.
404 West Fifth, was this a rental when it was last occupied, or was it owner occupied?
I do not know. Like I said, the structure has been vacant since 2018, so.
Okay, thank you.
So on this one, 201 North Waldron, we received a phone call from the owner on this on 4/13/2026, so we have had some discussion with the owner. Certified letters were verified as return to sender. So when I verified the certified letters that we sent to the property owner, they show that we have not received them back yet, but they showed that they're being returned to our office. So this owner did not receive their certified letter or accept their certified letter. However, they're fully aware that we're going through this process. So on this, the owner has asked what needs to be done to it. During our discussion, I told him there would be things as far as probably some structural engineering, and I'll get to my next slide here in a minute, but this house did have a fire as well. So there would be some engineering concerns as far as the fire was concerned, and then obviously they'd have to get permits and have to get everything for electrical, mechanical, and plumbing permits as well on this house. But the wish of the owner is to rehab this house, but we don't have any plans to date. So this has been an ongoing discussion with this. This was the first time I had talked to this owner from the 4/13 phone call, and my understanding is that compliance staff has spoke with this owner before, and so this has kind of been an ongoing process since the fire happened, that I'm going to do something with it. But we've received no plans to date and no actions have been taken on the house. And the residence is currently vacant. PMC was opened on 5/19/2025. There have been 4 property maintenance violations since 2022. We did a board up on May of 2025. That was with voluntary compliance, I will say. There are no active utilities on the structure since 2023, and the taxes are paid to date. You can see the damage that was done to the back of the house there from the fire. I've not been inside the building myself, so I couldn't tell you the extent of the fire damage. My understanding from reports is that it was pretty significant. So I think there's probably more to it than just, you know, rehabbing the house. There's probably some structural damage and some concerns there that where an engineer would have to be involved. But
I have a question on the previous property, 404 North Fifth.
Sure.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That one.
That one, 404 West Fifth.
Yes, thank you. If the property is demoed and scraped, would they remove the brick sidewalk?
No.
Okay.
No, they wouldn't remove the sidewalk. They'd remove everything from the sidewalk going into the site.
Okay.
So. This property here, 113 West Avenue B. So staff has had a conversation, and that was code compliance staff with the owner, that they intend to update the property in the future. There are no permits to date. My understanding of the conversation from my staff to me was that this owner would like to hold on to the house for about a year or so because they're unsure of when they're going to get to the property to do anything with it. So we have had some board ups on this. We did have a reboard up on this where some boards were taken off, and we had to go put the boards back on. Of course, if the owner doesn't pay those are lien to the property, so put a lien on the property, and so they go on the taxes.
Jason, on this property,
Yes.
since it's changed hands, I mean, we've been dealing with this property for years and years. It makes it seem like in 25, oh no, since 19, we've been dealing with it. I think it's been longer than that. What happens when it changes hands?
So when a property changes hand, the code violations go along with the property.
Okay, well, that's what, the last batch we did of commercial. Of
And
course,
so-
that's what it was. Confirming that this is the same way.
And so we try to educate people, like, I had a property today, which I won't mention the property or the individual's name, but I had an individual that contacted me today about a property here in town and said, hey, these are issues with the property. I know these issues coming forward. And going forward, what I'd be getting into, but I'd like to get into the house. The house is boarded up. I'd like to get into the house and take a look at it on the inside. So we're going to coordinate with that individual, and if they end up buying the property, they end up buying the property. But it is one of the houses that is on our condemnation list. So, you know, we try to educate people because there are a lot of people out there that have bought properties, especially outside the state or outside of our area, that have just bought properties and intend, maybe with good intentions, of revitalizing them, but with no success or little success to that.
Well, and the K212 Investments owns, I just pulled them up on the Reno County Parcel Search. They own 4 properties, and a couple of them don't look any better off than this one. It seems like they've bid off quite a big number of projects that, I don't know, seems like a lot to take on, especially considering that they're all boarded up, or 3 of them are boarded up. And I guess that brings me to a different question. So all of these are south of 11th, so they would be eligible for NRP and some of our other programs as far as repairs go, right? Is that anything that we have communicated to them throughout this process that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
Jason, I got one question. So, say that house was sold, you don't give them any more extension? I think someone asked, they have to, if you have 10 days left on that house.
Yeah.
They still have 10 days left in the house when they bought the house, right?
So, not necessarily, because what we try to do is for when a property changes hands. Now, the property maintenance code does say that a property, I mean, realistically, a property should not change hands while it's in this condition, right? However, we allow it because the hope is that one individual buys a property and they're going to revitalize it, right? And so we've allowed that as a past practice. And so when these properties do change hand, the property maintenance issues go along with the property. They continue to just roll on with the property. However, we also afford that new owner, that individual, due process because they're obviously aware of a property that they're purchasing. And so we extend that kind of courtesy to them to say, okay, there was only 10 days left before we demo this thing, but we're going to give you 30 days to start some conversation and start a planning process, or start, going through this process and seeing what you're going to do with this. Because, I mean, otherwise, if we let them sit there, they sit there like this. So we do afford them due process, and we do afford them an extra amount of time, and we don't just demo it or, but. So there is a little bit of extra to it, but at the same time, yes, it keeps on rolling. And if they don't do anything with it, we would demo it, because we would already have the order to demo.
Do you know when this last was occupied, how many units it was? It looks like it was more than one family home, more than a single family.
I'm not certain on that. I thought it was a single-family home, but I'm not 100% on that.
Behind you four
Four?
apartments.
Yeah. I've never been inside of it, so I didn't know if it had separate entrances or separate.
And
if
at
this
one
was
point,
separated out.
at one point, there was people living there with no utilities turned on and all of the things, so.
Well, and that might not be this owner's, well, under this owner.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
And under current codes, I mean, if this were to remain as a fourplex, then it'd have to be fully sprinkled. So, be better off in my mind as a duplex, or
Which we
turn
could
it
do
back
an
into a
IRB.
single-family home. So. And then has had 12 property maintenance issues since 2019, so we've had some pretty significant property maintenance issues on this property. I'm not sure under the current owner. I did not mark those out under the current owner as opposed to the previous owner. So that's just since 2019. It's been boarded up since June 2025. There's been no utilities since 2022, and the taxes are only unpaid for part of 2025, last time I checked. 827 East First, and our last one on the list for tonight. So we have made attempts to contact the owner with no response to date. Certified letters were verified as returned to sender. This resident does remain currently vacant. PMC was opened, and that's the property maintenance code violations. PMC was opened in 10/15/2025. There have been 12 property maintenance violations on this property since 2019. And I'm reading from the wrong sheet, my apologies. There have been 13 property maintenance on this since 2018. And then a building permit was applied for in 2025 for a whole home remodel on 10/17/25. However, it expired just a few days ago. The permit was never paid for, and no inspections were ever completed. So I think when we kind of made that initial contact, the intent of the owner was to, hey, I'm going to get a permit. And nothing obviously ever happened with that permit. It was boarded up in 2025. There's been no activity or no active utilities on this structure since 4/2/25. So we did know the cutoff date, exact cutoff date on this one. And the taxes have been delinquent since 2021 on this property. And then I will stand for any questions.
Council, have any questions?
I have a question. The last property, 827 East First. If they've been delinquent since 21, when would you anticipate this going to the tax sale or sheriff's sale? This fall?
Being a residential, I would assume that this would be a homestead property. So 2026 would be the cutoff date, so those taxes wouldn't come due till May of 2027. The county would not look at it until, when do they look at it, Paul? August, September timeframe, something like that. and then it goes to, so then they would recommend it for the tax sale, so it wouldn't even go to tax sale till October of '27.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I have some questions.
I would like to note, just as far as the, sorry, I'm opening up my paper here. Just as far as the resolution is concerned, the resolution does state, I mean, not only are we here to, this is a condemnation hearing, and we're not exactly here to absolutely condemn these structures, right? It's an order to repair or demo to the property owner. And I know we've already discussed that some of these properties, one of the properties which is in discussion tonight is already being repaired. So even in the case where you sign the resolution tonight, then obviously we're going to work with the owner through that process. It's basically just that order to repair, and then we work with the owner through the process, and we end up removing it from that condemnation list. So,
You want to make a comment? If you come to the podium, state your name and address, please.
Yeah, hello, my name is Enrique Luna. It was my mother's house. Oh, 1027 East 2nd is my address. This home was a childhood home of mine. I grew up in the neighborhood, and I wasn't really a part of it for a latter part of my life, but you know, my mother, when she passed away, I was trying to keep some part around and seeing if it was worth putting the money into. So, I mean, all that aside, there are some things that I got here, which I did have an updated building permit that expires in October. The fees have been paid for that. I do have the tax information on it because I wasn't aware of how behind she was at the time. There was, so I have that and I have a date. I have the funds, the financial means to get that taken care of. And I do have a plan of action moving forward to repair or do what I can with this time, have an inspector come in, let me know if it's worth putting the money into. One of the biggest issues I had, I guess, was trying to complete the legal process, which I do have an attorney that's working on the transfer of the deed right now, and unfortunately I didn't get a hold of him today because I wanted to bring something to the table from his end. But yeah, that's where I'm at. And there was contractors, there's a few people I've spoken with to help me and take a look at the house. I wasn't really satisfied with what they were talking about, so some of the work I did start, and it was just, you know, ripping out the door frame. I was gonna secure the front and the back. I ran off squatters in the area. I've dealt with some of that, and I've had some of Hutchinson's finest take care of them as well. So I understand the condition of the neighborhood and the things that it looks like. Believe me, I understand just certain things that go on around the area, man. But, you know, me, myself, I'm a supervisor at Haven Steel Products. I work second shift, and I've been there for over 15 years, you know. And when I get involved in something, I do follow through. My word is good, and I'd just like to still try to make something happen with this, you know, and to show that, you know, I'm taking the necessary legal steps to make sure that I can do that without, you know, losing something I put money into.
Is this the house that your mother owned, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you mentioned that you've consulted with an attorney and you're trying to get the title. Or were you aware that it wasn't, and this isn't like super relevant to this, it's more of a, I've been working with our state reps to try to get that process kind of cleaned up.
Yeah.
So I'd love to chat with you after the meeting or at another time, because it's fairly late.
For sure.
To talk about that, because I think that's a challenge that a lot of people run into is someone passes away and the property wasn't deeded properly, or can't go through probate or various other hurdles. So I think you've had some things stacked against you from the start, just with that hurdle. I will say that as we move into the warmer season with grass growing and whatnot, as you're working with our staff to try to work with getting it cleaned up and worked on, starting to mow and maintain the grass in the lawn is going to be one of the challenges that you'll have to tackle as well. And then we also have a neighborhood revitalization program that you may be eligible for. I don't know where that would stand if you don't have clean title or actual ownership of the home, but it's something that our staff and some nonprofits in town can talk you through. When was the last time somebody lived in this house that you know of?
Legally?
Yeah.
No, it's been a year, probably a little over a year. And well, no, not quite a year when they came by, I guess, and boarded it up and kicked my brother out because of not having running water. And the violations that were, may I add that the violations that were passed on were given either in the mailbox over there or given to him. And there's some other issues with my brother that I did not get this information conveyed to me. And since it's been gone or boarded up too, I guess there was some other notices sent out there. Otherwise, when it was first put on the condemned list, I definitely would have tried to make an appearance a lot sooner. But I mean, when it's crunch time, I mean, shit, I get to work.
Does our staff have your contact information, including your mailing address?
No, no. I left my phone number, I believe, with Debbie.
Okay.
At one time, but yeah, maybe as long as there's a clear line of communication, that's okay. And that's one of the things I was going to ask, that call me, communicate with me, and I'll stay on top of it.
Just get with Jason Lady and get him all your information, and he's really good about communicating back too. So
I've heard nothing but I've heard a lot of good things about Jason. So yes.
So just so you're aware, kind of the process. I think that after we close the hearing, it makes sense for us to still include this property. To me, it makes sense for us to still move forward with the condemnation. And essentially, like Mr. Lady was saying, is that puts you on official notice that you have you're being noticed to fix or demo. And then there are certain provisions that as long as you're making progress, pulling building permit, working on it, that sort of thing, not catching new violations, that it would make sense to give you some extensions and continue to work with you. But I don't want you to think that inclusion in the condemnation in the next agenda item is a bad thing. It's really just the next step of the process.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I just need permission to make sure that I can work on it at the same time, because the last thing I knew, they ran some other people off, and then the officer called me and said, well, they boarded up again. I know you've been working on the house, but anybody on the property is going to be arrested. So I'm like, okay. And then, we got some, the things renewed and just talked about it. So the building permit's there for a whole home remodel. And I have windows in storage to start replacing them as well. I just need to be able to make sure that I can go there without, if they come by, they came by when I was there, looked at the paperwork. I didn't have no problem with them at all, but just moving forward is to make sure that I can still do that. And you will see progress.
okay, get in touch with Jason, and we'll see what we can get done for you. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it.
You guys have any other questions? Anybody from the audience? If not, then I need a motion to close the public hearing.
And move to close public hearing.
Second.
Trude.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Fast.
sorry, I wasn't listening. Yes.
Majors.
Yes. Next item.
Item number 9, ordinances and resolutions. Consider a resolution condemning unsafe and dangerous structures within the city of Hutchinson, 913 East 5th Avenue, 404 West 5th Avenue, 201 North Waldron Street, 113 West Avenue B, and 827 East 1st Avenue.
Make sure you don't have any questions on this. If not, I just need a motion.
I move to approve a resolution condemning unsafe and dangerous structures within the city of Hutchinson, 915 East 5th Avenue, 404 West 5th Avenue, 201 North Waldron Street, 113 West Avenue B, and 827 East 1st Avenue, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second it.
Truitt?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Mager?
Yes.
Item number 10, report of city officials. Council?
Oh, let's see. How about Mr. Truen this time?
All right. I don't have a whole lot. With me being appointed to the Rec Commission Board, I got a tour the other day of Elmdale Park and Dillon Nature Center, their office, and got a lot of information, very informative, and really enjoyed it. And then I attended their board meeting the other day, and I guess I'd just say after tonight's meeting, I hope we can work on things and make things better and see what we can do just to keep improving our community. I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go down there, Mr. Garza.
What am I doing? What? Never mind.
Do you need a pillow or are you sleeping?
Oh, it's getting close. Well, I got to say is this. I'm sorry people don't like what I say sometimes, but I say what I think, and sometimes that's wrong. But I do the best I can. I've been on this council a long time. I tend to do my job as representing you guys. And when I dig down to stuff, I'm going to do the best I can, and I say what I think, and go forward. I was going to have a meeting this Saturday, but I think I'll have a lot of people throwing tomatoes at me at the meeting I would have. I'm going to take my meeting till next month in May. On our May 5th meeting, I'll let you know when it is. And so people can come and talk to me at the zoo. I have donuts and coffee. We discuss things and come out and talk to me. I said I'm the oldest one age-wise and on the council here. So I love Hutchinson. I've been here a long time, since I've been 16 years old. I represent the people here and represent Hutchinson the best way I can. And that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Who wants the next one? Stacy? Greg?
Stacy?
I'll go. Last week I attended a conference hosted by the League of Kansas Municipalities in Salina. The conference was called the City Leaders Academy Foundational Program. We covered topics such as the Kansas Open Meetings Act, city finance, home rule, and the legislative process. Overall, it was a great conference. I learned new material in some areas and received a refresher in others. And I think that the most valuable part for me was the city finance piece. So I walked away with an idea, and I actually sent an email to Meggers and Villegas that same day of raising our transient guest tax rate in 2029 and possibly again in 2032. By raising the ceiling on our transient guest tax by changing a charter ordinance from 7 to 9%, this would give us the ability to temporarily raise the transient guest tax during just those 2 years. The funds would go to our Convention and Tourism Fund. I've asked finance to run some numbers in the future and to evaluate if there were any other funds that we could apply these dollars to. But it seems like a simple way that we can boost certain projects in our community, perhaps Memorial Hall renovations, zoo master plan, other tourism related expenses, and this would offset our general fund balance without burdening our residents because it is only paid by people who are staying in hotels, and without a net new or increased tax for residents. So even though 2029 seems like a ways out, this process does take time, and I'm suggesting that we start it sometime later this year. We don't have to look far for precedent. Many cities around the Kansas City metro did this exact process ahead of the World Cup tournament that takes place later this summer. So we have all of the examples that we would need to look to for that. I do want to give a shout out to our parks staff who took resident feedback about the home builders shelter playground and turned that into action. The resident reported back that the weeds are gone, mulch has been replaced, and the mats under the swings were replaced. They were grateful for the attention to the park. And I do want to take a moment to remind residents that That particular playground equipment is in the capital improvement plan for replacement in 2028. As it currently stands, that's always subject to be finagled just a little bit. Other than that, I do want to thank the residents of the Northwest District who came out in force tonight. I appreciate hearing from every one of you, as well as the folks who reached out to me over the past 2 weeks in regards to Hutchrec and other issues. I believe I responded to every email, every Facebook comment, or not comment, but every message as well. So I've engaged in some good dialogue around the Hutchrec issue and some other issues, kind of forward-thinking issues that we'll talk about eventually, so including the moratoriums.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. Greg?
My comments have to do with the April 7th meeting. I apologize to the public for the decorum of that meeting. We can do better, and we're working on doing better. And I thank you for your leadership, Scott, and trying to hold us accountable to do better. Let's see. There was 2 things. I also appreciate the folks that have reached out to me to encourage me. I need that encouragement occasionally about, you know, when the going gets tough. And so there's been many people that have reached out to me this week and have encouraged me. And one other apology to my folks. My folks raised me, and at age 7, I had a problem at Dillon Nature Center. I got kicked out for misbehaving. So, sorry, Mom and Dad. I thought it might be appropriate that I share that since we're talking about Hutchrec.
That's one hell of a grudge.
I don't have a grudge.
That it?
That's it.
All right.
Mayor, can I mention one other thing?
You sure
from
can.
Last week?
Yes.
Tuesday night, we held a meeting. Mr. Patterson was there about the 56th Street Waterline Extension Project. Technically, this work would have been completed in the county. And I think we had 15 residents, 10 or 15 residents on a Zoom call with us. It was a good conversation, and we talked through the process of how we got to where we are, which is we had applied for funding. I won't go into all of the details. We applied for some grant funding. It was quasi-approved and then retracted upon further review. And even though everything from engineering was sound, and I don't mean this as a dig to our communications department, but we didn't do a great job communicating that process of where the grant kind of fell off to those residents. I think the assumption is that everybody is kind of well-versed in how things work, and that was not the case. They were under the assumption that because it was applied for and included in the budget in 2026, that it was moving forward as predicted. But that is not the case. And then there was a compounding factor of, at the January 6th meeting, we changed, I think it was policy 20, that in order to receive city services, you have to be in the city. So now the option for those folks is to be annexed or to join or create a net new rural water district. So that's where that project is left. We left the ball in their court essentially to decide how they want to move forward, and they have some considerations as a community to work through. I do believe that next meeting or one of the near future meetings, we will have a presentation about the SRF because there are some key projects that we will be moving forward with, hopefully moving forward with.
Is that it?
That's it, thank you.
Well, I'll just start with that since that's where you left off. I want to thank Evan as well for the presentation. Did a really good job with that, collaborating with all those residents in the evening time after technically work hours. So I appreciate him coming there, and then we had some other staff there as well. I want to thank them as well. And I also want to thank you for the follow-up email you had sent to the residents with all the information. I thought that was very valuable for them to have because I know some of that stuff's hard to find. So, but hopefully we can get something figured out for them if they come to the city, or I knew they were looking at a couple options. So, I did want to speak to I appreciate all the emails, the phone calls, etc. I'm not a huge email guy, so anytime you email me, attach your phone number because I'd rather call you and have a conversation. So I apologize if I don't respond to your email, but that's just what I do. So email me, text me, and I'll call you back. And so we had some really good conversations about, it wasn't just about what was on the agenda tonight, it was about all sorts of things. So I encourage that conversation, whatever it might be. If you have other things you want to talk about as well, maybe it's something not on the agenda. Text me, email me, call me. I'll be more than happy to talk to you. Then I attended the library board meeting today. That was a really good meeting to attend. I didn't know a lot about it, but I learned a lot today about the renovations they have going on there. They have some really cool things going on in that library, and it's free. They said they have 35,000, and there's some odd change beyond that, of actual library cards out there. So it's a lot of people going to use our library for basically free, and they just have a lot of great things, and they're adding more things as we speak. So, and then I went with Darren to the Hutchrec meeting. Got some good insight on that as well with the Hutchrec. And then I think that is all I have. Mr. Enrico?
I don't have anything.
All right, thank you. Next item, Mary.
Item number 11, future agenda items.
Is there anything that the council would like to maybe see on a future agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to better understand the timeline for repealing the charter ordinance for the stormwater fee. I believe Mr. Patterson has a presentation regarding the SRF projects and how those would move forward. And then well, I guess the moratorium and the travel policy should come up as action items on the next meeting.
Does that, I'm asking whoever's in the room, does that give you guys enough time to come up with a presentation, I guess, for the travel policy and moratoriums by the next meeting? Does that give you enough time? I just want to make sure there's enough time for staff to do that. And it doesn't have to be answered tonight, just let us know. Any other future agenda items you guys would like to see on there? No?
Yeah, can you get us a raise, please?
Hey, I got us 20 zeros now. We're up to 20, so you got a raise, so quit your belly aching.
There was something else I wanted to mention that I don't know how this would work, but shifting from a complaint-based code violation system to the gentleman in the red shirt mentioned, he kind of touched on the theme of putting in code violation complaints kind of pits neighbor against neighbor. And I know that we don't operate on proactive patrolling for violations, but it seems like there are some violations that are so egregious that we should be catching those proactively and not waiting for, and I know that we do for some, but there should be a little less reporting on neighbors, kind of for the sake of, establishing better community relations. So I would be curious what that would look like for us to move toward that kind of model.
Do you have any examples to bring to that, or no? Is that just, do you have any examples of other cities of what they've done, or?
No.
No, okay.
That would be for us to receive.
Okay,
From
perfect.
staff.
Okay. All right, anything else? I just need a motion.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. Second.
Truon.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.